Please focus all eyes on me. All eyes on me. Okay. Focus on me. I want to explain the role of self-reflection and how it is vitally important as a look at this part of I want you to come back. Please focus all eyes on me. Let's call it solution. Now, this part of my finger, let's call it value. Then this fourth one, let's call it wealth. So we have now, if I ask you which country in the world seems to be most problematic? Okay, I didn't go. You said it too. I didn't go. And then, when you do, why is it that there is a disconnect from problem to wealth? Why is there a disconnect? No solution, no value. So that means that what we keep doing is agonizing over the problem rather than organizing solutions. And that's why Nigeria is where it is. So consequently, anytime you see challenge, what you just need, the missing is solution. When you have solution, gentlemen, to take us on the
leadership development non-profit organization working with 15 brands. He has inspired over 100,000 people across Nigeria and Africa who have directly gone through his programs and millions through on radio and television. He is a speaker and a regular guest in many print media, radio and television platforms across Nigeria. He is a radio and television host of Leadership Clinic on AIT. He is the author of Footprints Living Beyond Today, a book already in the market, which was followed by Dr. Glasgow.
Linus Okoye has currently set up a Gotni Leadership Center at Maitama, Abuja. He is a master team player, shaping the next generation of future leaders for Nigeria and Africa. Linus Okoye is a recipient of several awards, among which are the Power Networker of the Year International Community Service from Fraser Nets.
Is there anybody here today who would like to be a leader? Let's see your hand. You see, everyone wants to be a leader. Everyone wants to be somebody. Eyes. You all want to be great, isn't it? Put your hands together for yourselves right now.
He is a graduate of Imo State University, where he served as the first elected Students' Union government president. He had his youth service with the National Assembly Abuja. He thereafter proceeded to carry out a research on his area of passion, leadership development, at the Lagos Business School. He is an associate member of the International Third World Leadership Association, ITWLA, in the Bahamas, a recipient of an honorary degree in management and a master's degree holder in organizational leadership at Regent University, Virginia Beach, United States. He is an alumnus of the International Visitors Program, IVLP, sponsored by the U.S. government under the Department of State. Linus Okoye is the West African representative of Adele International, United Kingdom, owners of Action Leadership Program, created by a living legend and first professor of leadership in the world, Professor John Adele. He is an alumnus of Executive Education Program of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, where he attended the sought-after course, The Art and Practice of Leadership. He has developed over 60 leadership models he personally teaches across the world. He recently bagged an honorary doctorate award and was inducted into the College of Fellows at the African Business School at Abuja. He lives in Abuja, Nigeria, with his wife in Kiro, his two daughters, Ebubechukwu, Chiamaka, and his son, Chukwuebuka. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause us as we welcome the Managing Consultant, New Vision Consults, and President, Guardians of the Nation International, Linus Okoro.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please can we stand up as we give Dr. Linus Okoro a warm, receptive round of applause. Thank you. Let's give that strong.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody here who would like to be a leader? Can I see your hand? Everybody wants to be a leader. Everybody wants to be somebody. But the truth of the matter is that it's not everyone that wants to be a leader that ends up becoming a leader. The secret is what I want to share with you today. Meanwhile, look at your neighbor and say, you know who I am? You know who I am today? You will buy the launch on Monday. Take your seats. The world is in great demand for quality leadership capital. There's a search party that has been released to look out for leaders that will make a difference in the world today. Institutions of the world are groaning for leadership capital. The world is in search of people that can make a difference. The world is in yearning for people who can contribute to institutional growth. The world is in search for individuals that can make a huge impact in life. Imagine the search party that has been set up all over the world is currently in Nigeria. They landed in Abuja. They have been looking out for people that are going to make a difference for our great country. When a commodity is scarce, what happens to the pricing? What happens to the demand? The demand, if you're a student of economics, you realize that when the demand of a commodity of a service is high, what happens is that the price will go up, which means it's possible as an individual to hunger or search for a system that enables you to become such an outstanding leader that will attract people to you because they have placed value on you as an individual. Show me someone that has great value in this country, and I will show you somebody that will make a difference in the world. Right from independence, you and I realized the Nigerian condition. Before independence, it was a search for give us freedom. Every person who fought for independence in this country was fighting simply because of the fact that they wanted a Nigeria that will work originally. And then freedom was given. And the responsibility to manage freedom was not in place. And so, immediately after independence, all of the leaders that led this country began a search for tribal leadership. When our country, the greatest need of our country at the point of independence was a leadership that is national in scope. It was a leadership that would focus simply straight on building a new country that is independent, building the values of a new country, building the vision of a new country, building a country where a clear sign of certain ideologies would have been in place. That was the point where we missed it as a nation. We missed it entirely because the search for tribal partisanship and personal aggrandizement was high. And so instead of us having national leaders that sought the best interest of the nation of all Nigeria, what we had were a set of leaders who sought the interest of where they were coming from. And so they reduced the Nigerian state into a divided entity. You want to know who a leader is? A leader is someone that has the ability, the capacity to actually pull people together to accomplish great results. Anybody who is in the business of dividing already shows that he lacks or she lacks leadership. And so they put us at that state. Many years after, you know what has happened to Nigeria? What has happened to Nigeria is that we have produced a set of leaders that are unprepared. Has there been any leader in this country that has been prepared before? That was surely prepared in the country? Any? Because if you cannot give what you don't have, you can't give what you don't have. So what we saw is Nigeria became a place where anybody, once you're from a particular area, you can be anything in this country, right? So it destroyed our country in a way that is unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the other part of Africa, each and every one of them fell in the same trap. The same trap across Africa. There was a search of visionary leadership across Africa, but we couldn't find any. What happened was still the same thing, where each person that got independence for his or the country they belonged to, what did they do? They started to build personal kingdoms and personal, empires. And so across Africa, we began to experience lack of peer review mechanism, which means something is wrong in country A, something is wrong in country B, something is wrong in country C. And when you have the highest number of countries on the wrong path, what happens? There was no model anywhere. Nigeria was designed to be a model for the African states, which means if Nigeria gets it right, other parts of the world will do what? Get it right. I have traveled all over the world and I've seen Nigerians outside of Africa doing great things. Why? Why? Because in their own country, we've been searching for leaders for all these years and not found leaders. So the same problem facing our country is deficit of leadership capital. And that was why someone like Chinua Achebe, in his book, Things Fall Apart, what did he say? The center can no longer hold. When the center can no longer hold, what happens? Things fall apart. Any organization, any system, and any life where there is no leadership, things fall apart. So that became the Nigerian condition. And as a child growing up, I grew up in this system. And I began to see the deficit of leadership capital that has hit our country. And then I had a chance of being senior prefect, government secondary school Owerri. I can remember that particular day. I will never forget it. I had just concluded my stewardship as SP because I took the responsibility of senior prefect seriously. And after delivering my mandate, I came out of secondary school and headed straight to Wopi. What a great Bible Institute there of the Winners Chapel, remember? And while the session was going on, I came across a gentleman called Nehemiah. And I read about the book Nehemiah. His passion was rebuilding his country. The walls of his country were broken down. His country was in shame. Do you know anytime I travel the world and somebody says something nasty about Nigeria, do you know what it makes me feel? Because I am Nigeria. Nigeria is me. Because Nigeria is a living organism. Nigeria is a she in international relations. Nigeria is an entity. And individuals make up this entity. So when they curse Nigeria and say Nigeria is a bad country, what happens to me is some sort of shame. Do you know that? I'm sure it happens to you. It happens to all of us. We go to the airports in this country and you present your international passport all over the world and somebody looks at a green passport. Sometimes what do? They ask you to do what? To step aside. But I'm glad that I have understood the psychology of international relations. So anywhere I travel in the world, I make sure I'm at my best in terms of my dressing. So when they see me, I'm from Nigeria. And I'm proud of being in Nigeria and they show me respect as an individual. But I wish that Nigeria gets it as an entity. So that man who was ashamed of what was happening in his country provoked me. The man created a leadership model that I could never ever forget. He began the process of rebuilding his country. He mobilized people and shared the vision of building his country with them. He said, this is what I want our country to look like. He shared the vision and mobilized them and trained them. He taught them how to mobilize resources. He taught them how to work with one another. He taught them how to have integrity in the process of building the country. And at the end of the day, you know that when he finished rebuilding the country, the wars came up, and guess what? The people began to respect him for that. And I said, as I was 19 years old at that point in time, and I said to myself, what Nehemiah did for his country, I was going to do it for Nigeria. And I can remember that day, I took a document, a cardboard sheet, plain white cardboard sheet, and I carried it like this to my friend. My friend actually is in somewhere at the Worsley Art in Owerri. Then he was a very good artist. He could design and draw with his hands. And so I asked him, Kelechi Onyike, could you please design my thoughts about Nigeria, where I'm going to the future with this vision? Guardians of the Nation International Gotni wants to bring leaders to Nigeria, represented in the best way you can as an artist. So he took the document, cardboard sheet, and began to represent my thought, my vision for Nigeria as regards raising leaders in this country. And after doing that, I carried that cardboard sheet. Everywhere I went to, in buses, I shared it. I went to the university with it, with cardboard sheet. 5 a.m. in the morning, I brought out people in the basketball court, and I was teaching the young people, we can take over our lecture and review it. These are the leadership principles we must have. And do you know what? That my friend, Kelechi Onyike, has grown up to become an architect. Today, he is the one that has designed the African Leadership Center that is set up by Gotni on our 10-hectare land space beside the Ruta Lake, the first in Africa. That tells you that dreams come true. That tells you that it is important for you to move in your group, in your associates, in your networks. As a boy, Kelechi Onyike helped me to accomplish an idea. We are now growing as adults. He is the one, when the opportunity came, who did I reach out to? The one who saw the vision exactly 23 years ago. It was the same guy who designed it, which means the person you decide to move forward in your life right now matters. It matters. process. And it will interest you to know that the journey for leadership development that we started many years ago, trust me, there's going to be a time in this country that if you have not gone through our leadership series in this country and you want to seek for any public position, somebody is going to ask you, have you gone to a big conference before? You said no. Have you attended the Gotni leadership school? You said no. Do you have any certification of leadership development? You said no. Sorry, shift. Can anybody see that? Can anybody see that? I see that coming because I tried that model in the university, my friends. I gathered young people in the university for my year one and began to teach them these principles. Do you know that after 2 years of teaching them this, you know what happened? When it was time for election in the university, we formed a political party called Sincerity 99. The condition of joining Sincerity 99 as a political party will be number one, you will not steal public money. Because students at that time were already stealing public money. You can imagine the person that starts stealing public money very early. You can imagine what the person will do when he becomes a senator. I see some of them who have stolen public money before. Some of them have become public officers. I have also seen them. They were with us as student union leaders. Today, most of them they are still stealing public money. I see them. So we created that model and we said you cannot steal public money. Number two, you serve the people with all your heart. We created our ideals. And you know, people began to make commitments. They were joining the party since 1990. And those who wanted to run for parliament, they came out. Those who were of different positions. Can I shock you that when the results came out, most of the guys in our team won the elections. And I became student union government president, the first ever in the history of that school. And guess what? By the time we had finished, every principle that we taught in Gotni, we utilized it. And today, we should remain a reference point in terms of how to transform systems. You cannot give what you don't have. Therefore, I came this morning literally to say everybody seated in this hall today, everyone seated in this hall has a chance with history. Everyone seated in this hall today, you have a chance with history. You know, by the time you penetrate into the system proper, you realize that the challenges of the system has a way of overwhelming anyone, two of us. And so, if that is the case, is it possible that as a young person seated here today, that you can develop a vision for yourself that makes you indispensable in the future of this country? Can you design for yourself the new Nigeria that we envision, a critical Nigeria that all things will work, a Nigeria that is driven by enterprise, a Nigeria that is driven by a sense of service, a Nigeria that is driven by a sense of making life better for people. Every time 1,000 people die in this country as a result of failure of health systems, it is a question to leadership. Right? Anytime something happens and somebody dies, check it out. You will see the leadership deficit dimension of the causes of that incident. So if we realize that there's a sense of urgency for every individual listening to me today to reinvent yourself as a sense of commitment to setting a goal to say in the next 10, 15 years in this country, I want to play a role in the judiciary of this country, but I will first of all become a leader before I'm a judicial officer. Does that make sense? In this country, I'm going to be a medical doctor sometime very soon. But I will first of all become a visionary medical doctor before I can become a medical doctor. Because there are medical doctors today that when you get into their hospitals, you will be ashamed. True of us. It means that my role this morning is to bring leadership to such an understanding that it is at your doorstep. Because my mentor, Dr. Miles Monroe, defined leadership as the ability to inspire, motivate, drive a group of people towards a particular direction by inspiration, not intimidation or manipulation. That leadership is what? So it means that a leader is someone that has the capacity to do what? To inspire a group of people towards what? A particular direction by inspiration, not intimidation or manipulation. If that is the role of a leader, it means that the leader must be someone that is likable, true of us. And any leader in our world today that is likable must have done some things in the past. And you cannot do great things unless you become. You cannot do great things unless you have done what? You have become. No one can give what he does not have. If I want to do great things, then I will become an outstanding leader first before I start doing things leaders do. People who are not leaders, they react to things. Is that not true? You wake up in the morning, that's why I normally would say that if a man does not have a purpose for waking up, sleeping becomes interesting. What will cause a man to wake up from sleep first thing in the morning, and instead of setting his agenda for the day, the man gets out of his house, no plan, no agenda. A friend of his calls him, hey, what's up, what's going on? The man is asking, what's up bro, what's up? He doesn't know what's up. So he's asking all over the place. And annoying thing is that in this generation, you see people in their early 40s, and they sack their trousers, and they walk like this. Yo man, in this same contrast. Yo man, and they are asking, the guy is asking his friend, what's up man? I see it everywhere. The guy doesn't know what's up at 42. And guess what? Not only that, he gets into his car, supposedly his father's car, and he goes, and you hear that sound before? And this time there's a very crazy sound. And it's high, volume high. All the screens wind down, and the street is vibrating. And he's doing that at 43, staying in his father's house. And he's running, and then he passes on the street. Another purposeless young lady standing by the road. Also dancing to the tune. Right? And shaking her head. And then the guy comes over and says, hey! Say, what's up? And the lady says, what's up? And the next thing says, hop in. And then she hops in. You're asking, what is wrong? And it is dangerous when two people with that vision are in a company, because they might be lost and they don't know they are lost. That's the danger. And therefore, I'm telling you the reality, because if there's a sense of urgency for you to rise and become a leader that you're supposed to be, there are certain things that do not do. Those of you who met me in university, is anybody here in this hall that met me in university? You met me in university, you are in this hall. Anyone that met me in university? Now, you don't. Okay, well, you met me in high school, right? We were classmates, right? Right. Now, you know, as a first year university student, everybody who saw me knew this guy was going somewhere. You know what I did? I had a portmanteau. You know what we call portmanteau? Like it's called the briefcase. But my briefcase, up to today, I don't understand how that briefcase entered my hands. But I had a briefcase, and then I used to go to a place in Siemens deliberately You know first grade. Okirika. First grade. So I will come in from Owerri. Remember we're talking about the leader here. I will come in and I will go to that place and I have my customers, they will select for me nice, will I say coat or suit? Wow! So, and I'll take this stuff and I'll go back to Owerri with these things, dressed up in them. After I dry clean them. With nice shirts, looking good. Every time you see me from Monday to Friday, even Saturday, I wear a suit. What one can imagine? It's recently that I saw some of the pictures, it was oversized. But at that point in time, because of the seriousness around my dedication to building a vision for the future, every time you see me, sometimes they thought I was a lecturer. I walked into a classroom and I started talking. It was then I actually realized that number one, institutions hosting, not independent. So he said, unless I can assure him that there's a letter from the government. What one can imagine? It's recently that I saw some of the pictures. I went to this. But at that point in time, because of the seriousness around my dedication to building a vision for the future, every time you see me, man goes immediately. Sometimes not before I'm sure that I have no capacity to accept more than less. I can assure you that there's some kind of what one can imagine. It's recently that I saw some of the pictures. I went to this. But at that point in time, because of the seriousness around my dedication to building a vision for the future, every time you see me, man goes immediately. Sometimes not before I'm sure that I have no capacity to accept more than less. I can assure you that there's some kind of what one can imagine. It's recently that I saw some of
How many insights do you have on this topic? don't go through your things already. God is not as quick to the right. When you cannot see my face. Hello. We also have to do things like spins and all kinds of things. That is when high speed the aircraft goes to one side and is rushing down to the ground, goes down, top speed, and you have to recover. All those things, you have to go through it. don't want to control. Because I also didn't eat that morning. So I had to eat this. People come out of my clothes. I was thinking, all those things that you get in movies or cartoons. I was thinking I was born come and tell me, I don't think we're right. Still have to do. And before I knew it, I was still not having anything to do. Almost every day for 2 months. my fellow pilot respected me for that. And from where I transferred to the first study, I never miss it. It's such a short distance, and I'm not praying hard. I want to last speed. Are you reading me? I was reading you one. That means the signal is very weak. Because I was reading them five, which is very strong. But because I knew of everything. I know where Kofena heals this. How many of you went to Zaria? Practice handling all the controls in the aircraft on the ground with my eyes closed. To fly, number one is go to 1 meters. How did the story get to the controls the aircraft on the ground with my eyes closed? How did the story get to the controls the aircraft on the ground with my eyes closed? Story that all the controls to help us on the ground with my eyes closed. 5 minutes late. I was still here. The story that all the controls to help us on the ground with my eyes closed. I was the only black driver. And I didn't have too many friends. So that's it. That particular time, because there was the only black driver. After him. Okay, they said I didn't have too many friends. I just have to. So that particular time, because there was the only black driver. That didn't really make much sense, but they said I didn't have too many friends.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Sam under Isaiah. Please put your hands together for him. Please, let's roll it, let's roll it, let's roll it, let's roll it, let's roll it. Roll it, 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 hit it, tweet it. Hashtag ELT 2016. I didn't want to send it to you, sir, because you are still standing and you have to. That's it. I wanted you to get the balance. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. So, to lead us through that dialogue with a leadership expert, both in practice and in teaching, is the founder Network, the person of Mr. Olatunde Samson. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him. Sir, I hope you don't mind, perhaps if you would move there so that I think that's more convenient for us. Right? We centralize it. Okay. Yes, I think that's better. Centralizing it. Is that centralizing the chairs? Yes. So move it. Thank you so much. Dr. Saturday. Okay. All right. Fantastic. So whilst that is ongoing, I want to state something quickly. And that is the fact that how many people, Chairman sir, please, with your kind permission, how many people know a little about Punch newspaper? What do you think you know about Punch newspaper? Eh? Is what? Okay. Now, one interesting thing I find about Punch newspaper is the fact that Punch newspaper was started by two friends, and that's what Dr. Linus Okure was emphasizing earlier, the fact that your company determines the company you start. Two friends. But I'll talk about that later. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. I'll hand over the baton to Mr. Olatunde Samson to moderate the session with a leadership expert personified in the person of Mr. Sam. Please put your hands together for me. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, can you all put your hands together to celebrate the founder and president of this foundation, Guiding of Nation International, the person of Mr. Linus Okore. Thank you for this wonderful idea. I'm privileged to sit with one of the mentors you have in this country, a coach, a personality with proof. Please help me celebrate the publisher of Leadership newspaper. Is that the best? Okay, permit me to read his profile. You know, most of us may have it. It will be a great privilege for me to read this. Sam Gazara is a leading pro governance advocate and a consistent voice on contemporary and domestic policy issues. One of the most respected men in Nigerian media. He is the chairman and editor-in-chief of Leadership newspaper. Most of us may have it. He is a great privilege for me to read this. Sam is a member of Gazara is a leading Progress Institute governance advocate and a consistent voice on contemporary and domestic policy issues. One of the most respected men in Nigeria media. He is a chairman and editor of the Leadership. First of all, he is a great privilege for the media. Sam is a member of Gazara is a leading Progress Institute governance advocate and a consistent voice on contemporary and domestic policy issues. One of the most respected men in Nigeria media. He is a chairman and editor of the Leadership. First of all, he is a great privilege for the media. Sam Gazara is a leading Progress governance advocate and a consistent voice on contemporary and domestic policy issues. One of the most respected men in Nigeria media. He is a chairman and editor of the Leadership. First of all, he is a great privilege for the media. Gazara is a leading Progress governance advocate and a consistent voice on contemporary and domestic policy issues. One of the most respected men in Nigeria media. He is a chairman
one that you should follow because exclusively because or absolutely by that thing is next to you. I listen to about the legal years, what's getting that? One that you follow because exclusively because that is playing absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to repeat that. 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 Okay, so we're going to repeat that.
Immediately started. I didn't start it with it. Immediately started. I didn't start it with it.
When the staff is very good and is not is he has kind of an attitude.
Immediately started.
He has a kind
I
of
didn't start it.
bit that you almost feel like resigning the fellow. But the fear is resigning him from the organization might affect you one way. How do you manage? I want to just ask about how do you differentiate? Okay, just something.
Just take a while.
I know exactly what you're saying. And
How do you manage? I want to just ask about how do you differentiate?
Just take a while.
you know, you can take care of. I know that is a matter. I mean, you can you are not.
How do you? I want to just ask about how do you differentiate? How do you? People like you, people like that. I want to just ask about how do you differentiate it to win? How do you? People like you, people like that. I want to just ask about how do you differentiate to win? How do you? People like you, people like that. I want to just ask about how do you differentiate to win? How do you?
commitment. Commitment is what you love to do, which is your passion. So you must learn, unlearn, and relearn. You must also understand that information, association, and exposure into what you love to do is very, very important. Ultimately, you talk about the path of God, and if God can help you with all of the things that he has mentioned, you should be able to become also a success story. On the final note, sir, please, what would be your final one to every one of us in this hall?
Is to think of something that is very difficult and plan to achieve it. That's, I would advise that you don't just do, many young men today want to finish NYC and then go and start to supply diesel. Or just something easy. No. Think of something that we don't already do here. And there are so many. Unfortunately, this is the era of the internet. There are a million things that can be done, and I'm surprised that you achieve it. The people I was reading about one of the richest men in China, Jack Ma, the chairman and majority owner, founder of Alibaba. Alibaba he searched for job everywhere. I didn't get, but the part I didn't found funny was when he went.
You have the opportunity to inquire what you require from those who have acquired what you desire. And that is just what case study is all about. No, we don't do enough case study in this country. We don't do enough case study in this country. Thank you so much. Thank you. So quickly, thank you so much. We don't do enough case study. Something was spoken about by Mr. Sam in the exam. He talked about, someone asked a question on elections and winning. And a wise person once said that elections is not about winning. Elections is about making public statements, public ideologies that will transform the national consciousness. So if you understand that, you will get into any party, whether it's PRC or RPC. What matters is not the party, but the opportunity to air your views, your ideas, and ideology into the national consciousness. And I think that is something that Mr. Sam in the Isaiah has able to mark. Please put your hands together. So quickly, ladies and gentlemen. 20. Give it to Dr. Linus Okori as he steps on board to talk to us briefly for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, great people of Nigeria. Something happened that I want to share with you. Somebody very important to me walked in while this session was going on. Did I tell you about leaving secondary school and looking for someone who was going to help me achieve my goals? I know you right. And yesterday I also talked about that with you. Imagine me as an SP, senior prefect of secondary school area, my big badge as SP. The commissioner for finance then, a young man who was seated, was an overall in my school, seated in a meeting on the school ground. He had white hair, a patch of it on his hair, and wearing a beautiful suit. I loved that position. So I found my way to meet with this man. And I introduced myself. My name is Linus Okori, senior prefect, government secondary school. Make sure my badge showed very well. then, as soon as he said, oh, come and see me, come and visit me. So I couldn't wait. I went to visit him in his house, first in Owerri, and then he invited me to see him in Lagos. You know what happened? I carried my bag as well. My traveling bag was supposed to be a short visit. But guess what? I went to his house and he opened his library. I walked into his library. Oh my God. I was amazed. In fact, the library that I've seen in this country that is as big as that one is, that's library. I've seen it. As I walked into that place, wow, I spent all night with him, studying and reading. He encouraged me, so I would do every night I come with him and stay all night reading books. I did that consistently. It was my time to go. Having stayed in somebody's house for 3 days, and I refused to go. So I said, I went to the kitchen and I met with an auntie, Mrs. Chris Asok, and I said to her, can I stay in your house? Not for 1 day. Can I stay in your house? And she said, stay in my house. Wow. Look at her, Mrs. Chris Asok. Please look, stand up. Look, Victor, stand up. All the Gotni meeting. Meanwhile, all of these people, they are all senior general managers in this is USC, and it is Bangladesh newspaper, senior manager. All of them, they are taking Gotni meetings in her house. I converted her house into a Gotni meeting. In fact, then she gave me a voice quarter, nice one. It became Gotni headquarters. 6 a.m. in the morning, meeting was going on. In the night, going on. Every in Lagos. She supported me. She gave me money when I needed money. She was there for me. They say, I've known them for exactly 23 years. Exactly 23 years. Until I was mature enough to be able to do something for myself. And today, she walked into my meeting. You think I'll sit down there? Every person will need people like that in life. So this person all of me this. So, on behalf of today, more than 100,000 young people across the country and across the world have benefited from this vision that was supported by this woman and her husband and her family. All those children that we saw when they were 1 year, 2 years. In fact, our first daughter now works with the Living Foundation, top level, doing great. She was a baby when I walked into the house. That tells you relationships are powerful. Don't joke with relationships. They are drivers to growth. Most of the people I met in my life, I met them through the family. So, you have every choice to invest. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we need to roll it for man. We are rolling, 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 rolling. It's it. Thank you, man. Let's go. Okay, so. What is that? It matters for itself. It's a matter for itself. I know a lot of you know him. How many people know him as chairman Fidelity? You know him as that. How many people know him as the youngest chairman? You know, or if you people know. How many people know him as Gotni, ex-Gotni? How many people know him as effective, competent, reliable governor? Okay, I can see. All right, so if you know that, can you make some noise? is the powerful tool in which you can use to transform the world. The world made you. So how did he get to all this? I want to emphasize the educational background of this man, so you can appreciate the value of knowledge in driving you to your next phase. Quickly, Mr. Peter Gregory, educational institutions, Christ the King College, Onitsha. Those are public. When there's time to clap, I won't tell you, you will know. University of Nigeria, Nsukka, BA Philosophy. Lagos Business School, Nigeria, Chief Executive Program. He did a meet-to-meet marketing program at the Harvard Business School, Boston, USA. He also did a Changing the Game program at Harvard Business School, Boston, USA. He also did financial management and business policy at London School of Economics. He also did marketing management at Columbia Business School. I am not begging you to clap. This is not a clap. He did a senior executive program at the Institute for Management Development, Switzerland. If you want to clap, he did a program, a breakthrough program for CEOs at the Institute for Management Development, Switzerland. He did an advanced executive program at the College Graduate School of Management, USA. He did a global advanced management program at the College School of Government Management, USA. He did an advanced management and leadership program at the Oxford University, Said Business School. And he did an advanced leadership program. You can see the connection between leadership and governance that Dr. Linus was talking about. He did an advanced leadership program at the Cambridge University George Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a standing ovation, put your hands together for our President, Peter Gregory, as he walks out of the church. Please usher the gospel to the chair. Yes. Yes, sir. We have to sit, sir, so that you can gather the momentum for the top. While we're waiting. And ladies and gentlemen, to coordinate this session is Emilia Asim Ita. Now, let me quickly tell you this. Before you come, you see, there are certain people behind the background. You can see she's trying to be humble, but humility epitomizes sagacity. You see, there are certain people behind the background that are pushing this program. This key woman, who is the director of AMF, is part of those who are intertwined in making this happen alongside with Dr. Linus Okoye, as well as Mrs. Okoye, who is so humble and seated at the back. Please put your hands together for her. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, ma'am, can you stand for, please, ma'am, please, thank you. Please put your hands together. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, please stand in your seatbelt, sit back, relax, as I hand over the baton to Emilia. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. Linus likes to put me on the spot, so I think one of the qualities of leadership is to be always prepared, so you can take and seize the opportunity as soon as it arises. Good afternoon, Your Excellency. I'm not sure with your simple nature if you mind still being referred to as His Excellency or Your Excellency. But we'll do you the honor, at least for once. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Just to explain how the session will run, would allow you to share your story or your lessons for the participants over a few minutes, after which I will ask you a few questions, and then we'll take questions from the participants. So that's how the session will run. So I'll hand over to you now, sir, before I come back. A combination. I hope to guide the questions to focus on the issues. From what I studied, reading up about you and what's available for public consumption, we know that you are very vast in business, even before you offered yourself for public service. So like a combination, I have questions as well that border on both, and how young people can learn. I do not advocate for people to seek to replicate other people's lives, but to try to be better than people. So I hope that in the course of this session, we will learn a few of those things.
Well, let me start by at least saying congrats to Linus and the team for this wonderful work. I was invited by Linus. I couldn't believe that. I'm actually meeting him, I would say, for the first time today. Just like I was in all the occasions I go, people just invite me by telephone, and like our leader said that this GSM is causing a lot of problems. Because they keep emailing you and sending you texts, all sorts of things that come to you and say, okay, let's go and see what this has been doing. That's how I went to the platform. That's why I came here today. Kept sending me texts, sending me texts. Say, what are you doing? He said he's going to do it. I said, okay, let me come. But seeing the two chairmen of this great two newspapers here, I must say they are impressed, and I must thank you, both of you, for being here. It's not often that you see people who are successful as people are coming out on a day like this, on what the average Nigerian will regard as wasting time with these coppers. I'm telling you, this is a major and critical problem of our country. How many times did any of you met our leaders while you were in school? Did they come to your school? No. I do a program every month. I visit a school. You know, I must visit a secondary, a primary school at least once a month. I've done it all my life because I've participated in running. I've been part of running a care program, you would say. It's taking me all over the world. That was in Rwanda, was in the most difficult parts of the world. You know, as the governor, people saw me, I was in Haiti when they had a stay for 1 week. My last school trip was in Kogi, just last week. It was a very remote area where you never believe it's part of Nigeria. And then, as they run down primary and secondary school, the schools were people, I don't know how I can imagine, but when I went there, the first question I asked them is, have you ever seen a government? Have the government ever visited? They said, no. How about deputy? No. Commissioner of Education? No. How about chairman of government? No. How about council? They said, they have never seen anybody from government yet. In fact, when they say somebody is coming, they're wondering. You know, and you could see it. It's not there. These are part of our problem. He spoke about Singapore, maybe because of it. But I'm asked to talk about my background. Where do I start? Will I tell you my experience as a student in school? Of course, I went to school. Everybody knows that I went to school. The only thing I can tell you that I was born in a trading family. I'm a trader. That's what I do. My father and my mother, my parents are traders. I grew up in a trading house and I learned to trade. That's what I do. as a university student, everybody in Nsukka knew me as a trader. Some of you might be surprised. For the businessman, while I was in the university, I built the Savannah Bank branch in Omo while I was a student. I built where I lived in Nsukka. I used to live with the present Sultan of Sokoto. He was an army captain, so living at Nsukka. I used to live with him. I built my house in Nsukka. All my life I've always believed in trading. I don't believe in any other thing. And when I left school, I went to the market to trade. Until today, people see my passport, what it says is trader. There's no information. But I tell people now say to me, I'm a bank for this. If I tell you, I got involved in the banking by default. A bank manager requested that my account be closed because I was like trying to get something done and it was wasting my time, and I raised my voice. And he said my account should be closed. So I decided that I would buy the share of that bank every year with my profit. And after 5 years, I became the high shareholder. But that is not the issue. People ask me, how did you get into politics? I got into politics again by default. And people will say, I've asked people ask me, what do you think you regret most in your life? I said, are you talking about in terms of personal loss? If it is, it's politics. And I'm sure most people will say the same. And I'll tell you, I never voted before I went to contest governor in my state. I was not a member of any political party. I never had anything to do with politics. And that's the only story I want to share with you today. In 1998, a man called Professor B.C. Mosu contested to be governor of Anambra State under the then PDP and somehow was denied. Everybody believed he won the primary, but he was denied. And then he was moved to become the advisor of the president in Abuja. I wasn't part of the politics, I wasn't part of the party, nothing. And then he went there, started working, and became a minister. In 2001, people saw many things. You know, there was time schools were closed in Anambra State for 1 year. They went to him and said, we want you to go and contest again being governor in Anambra State in 2003. Professor B.C. Mosu told them that in 2003, he will be 60 years old. That he does not think that the governor of Anambra State will be a man who is 60 years old. That they should go and look for a young man between 40 and 45 who is successful on his own and can be able to handle and deal with the state the way. And the people that went to meet him gave him a task and said, we want you to give us, this was happening in December. But December 2000. They said to him, we want you to give us 3 names and we'll go and approach them. I wasn't part of this conversation. He left. In February, of course, you know, being a bank director, bank chairman, a then minister of health invited me for a dinner. For me, it was, hey, I've gotten the account of the ministry. That was it. So I went to Abuja. We had dinner in his house. We spoke for hours about governance and everything. He never mentioned anything to me. We just spoke for hours about governance and everything. And eventually, I got account of one of the pastors in the ministry, which I was very glad that I got and was looking forward to getting the main one. But that's, for me, that's what I needed. so we can go and approach him. He said, I have two names. Number one, P2B. Number two, P2B. And phoned me and said, some people are coming to see me. And the people came from Abuja, arrived at my office and said they come to see me. They want me to go and contest in government. I said, people don't know what to talk about. I said, I sit. As at that time, I was only Nigerian who was secondly on board of 3 banks. You're not allowed to sit on board of more than one bank. But I was chairman of the bank, the director of Ghana Express, Ghana Bank, chairman of Ghana Express Mortgage Bank. I was about 5 4-quoted companies. By virtue of my investment, I was virtually living in the UK. I come to Nigeria and spend Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I go back on Wednesday night to the UK. I come back, so what is this people talking about? I don't want that. I said to them, don't go there. You know I've not been to my village. By that time, and until today, it's the same case. For those who are from Anambra State here, I don't have a house in my village. But by that I said, people know that I don't have a house in my village. I don't have anything. So where will I start? What am I going to tell you? In any case, they left me. I went back and told them my experience. I used to go to one on my own. All those things that were read up in my CV. The way I used to spend my holidays is to go to one school and spend a month or two. In 2001, I was in Kellogg Graduate School in Northwestern University. That was the last year of a man called Professor, the dean of the Kellogg Graduate School, the man who founded it in 1957, Professor Jacobs. It was his last year. He took us on a course called Global Economy. It's important that I tell you this. He took us on a course called Global Economy. This, I was there for 1 month, 6 weeks. But he took us on this course for 1 month. After 3 weeks of talking about global economy, not one day did Dean Jacob talk about Africa. You can imagine me, women feet to go to school. Nobody's talking about your place. On a day before the last day of the course, and that was the last day of Dean Jacob lecturing in that school, everybody from Chicago came to listen to Dean Jacob. And I raised my hand. I said, you've not said anything about Africa. And he said, do I want to know about Africa? I said, yes. I paid $40,000 for this. So what am I learning here today? And he said, I will tell you about Africa tomorrow. The next day, he finished and turned to me. No, we went that day. I said, Peter, do you want to know about Africa? I said, yes. He said, there's nothing called African economy. You can imagine how depressed I am. He said, nobody flies in Africa. Let me tell you, I founded this school. I've been lecturing here for the past something years. You know, have you ever seen, you can see where people say, when they're doing vehicles, American specification, European specification, Japanese specification, Arab, you know, have I ever heard about African specification? And he gave me examples of other things and talked to me and said, in this country called America, we have 10-year, 20-year, 30-year plan. Do you have something in your country? You know me, you know, like you're in this type of environment. What do you think I would say? Yes. I said yes. We have it. He said okay. I said yes, I will have about 20-year plan. I know that we don't even have next year plan. But I have to tell him, he said I want you, that's very good. I want you to join me for lunch. I joined you, check off for lunch. And after lunch, he said, let's take by the banks of the Michigan. If you know Kellogg Graduate School, it's on the bank of the Michigan. This is the school, this is the lake. So we took a walk. As we are walking, D. Jacob said to me, do you have any of your country's currency? In 2001, the high denomination of our currency is 100 naira. So I brought out 100 naira. D. Jacob brought out $100. He said to me, which of these two currencies do you prefer or want? What do you think I'll say? The dollar. Because then dollar was 100 naira to $1. So sorry, 100 naira to $1. So I said to him, I want the dollar. He said, why? I told him the reason why I want it is because it's 100 naira to $1. So what you have is 10,000 naira, and what I have is 100 naira. So he gave me his $100 and took my 100 naira. I started walking again. And after the next, like say 100 meters, he turned to me again and said, Peter, why do you prefer, tell me again, why do you prefer the dollar to your currency? I told him the same story. Say, young man, sit down. We watched you, we stayed with you. The only reason you prefer another country's currency to your currency is the amount of faith you have in your country. Economy is driven by faith. It is not the rate. Say it's not the rate. You don't have faith in your country. The first proof to me that they cost more to print the dollar because now have multiple currencies. So it's more in terms of cost of money. And he said to me, the Chinese people want to keep their money in Chinese. Yeah. The Singapore want to keep their money in Singapore dollar. The Malaysians want to keep their money in Malaysian ringgit. Then there was no euro. The Germans want to keep their money in Dutch franc. The British people in pounds. The Italians in real. Even when the rate is even worse than your own. Can I ask you for a favor? I said, you can. He said, can you go back to your country and participate in building public wealth? Public wealth enriches everybody. Individual wealth impoverishes everybody. And what people do in your country is that they are pursuing individual wealth. They are accumulating individual money. And every other person is poor. I'm a lecturer. I'm retired now. And I drive a Mercedes S-Class. My wife is a lecturer, drives a Lexus. My daughter is a lecturer. So, and we're living well. Do lecturers in your country live like that? Of course, in everything I say yes. Because, you know, there's a sense of feeling. I came back to this country, immediately after that course, I came back to this country. I went to Onitsha to look for the next branch. We had a problem with the branch that rented from somebody. We had a problem with the landlord. So I went to talk, I had a meeting with the landlord on a Sunday. On a Monday morning, I was living on Onitsha. And I saw some of you might not remember, you will remember it, but they had something they used to call Bakassi people. Killing those. On a Monday morning, I was passing through, going back to Lagos by road, because I used to travel by road. All my 3 to 4 used to be by road. You know why? Wherever I see a concentration of people, I will stop and study the possibility of either having branch of my business there or branch of the bank. So, I don't know that yet. So I found out I was going back then. I saw these people trying to kill those who they said are criminals. And they just brought out, people were armed, young kids going to school in the morning. Within 5 minutes, they brought 2 young men out of their car, vehicle, and cut off their head. And everybody was clapping. You could see life, blood, gush, and people were clapping. My driver could not even drive them. I moved the car from there to Benin before my driver gained himself and brought me back to Lagos. I came back here. The rest is history. We are supposed to have a meeting for some of us who are investors in MTN. And I talked to my wife and said, I'm going to contest the election to the government. Whatever brought us this low, people have to fight it. You can imagine my wife. We've never done this before. We've never talked about this before. He said, Peter, what is wrong? There's nothing wrong. Everybody invited me. Peter, you already at fault. You're chairman of the bank. You own shares there. You're this and everything. Well, the way this thing is going, I don't think I'll get to 50 before it will collapse. So let's first rescue it from collapsing. You know, everything. And that's why, like I said, you will have to take back your country. It's critical. You see, after I packed my suitcase, I went to my village. Can you imagine? After that, this happened about September, October. By December 2001, I packed everything without having a home in my village. My mother built a house with 6 points. You know, even though one is a priest, but he made sure that everybody had no flat. 2 bedroom flat. So he built 6 flats. So I went to my home to live. I packed my things and said, I'm going back to my village. That's why I stayed there for 2 years. In the village, campaigning, going around, no party, nothing. Yeah, you people were not know. I said, I didn't have any party. I was just going around and preaching to people. I said, we must take this, we must do this. So that's how I started. Eventually, people believed in what I was saying. And then they started this new party called Out. I joined it. Even those I met along the line, everybody believed in what I was saying. Believed I was saying, you know, if I lead again, the two good say, listen, are you sure this man is real? Because everybody believes in what the church, everybody, and I got elected. Somebody's name. I went to court. And everybody keep telling me, hey, wait a minute. Nobody has ever became governor through the court. In this country, I was in court for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Was in the third year. Even my lawyers, everybody was the time said, why not you? I said, I'm not here. And every money I earned, I was paying smear pockets. And my wife was like, what is happening, Peter? You have ended this thing. Why don't we just, I said, no, me and these people, we'll see the end of this thing. People don't see the end of it. And that's how I stayed. After 10 years, of course, I became the court. Now when I hear people give money, court, give this, I know. No church. Let me tell you, the female church that gave my judgment, the best judgment of my case at the appeal court, she's now a judge of Supreme Court. I mean, I never met her. I met her only about a year ago for the first time. Towards the end of my governor, and I went there, I said, thank you very much. Because I couldn't have imagined going to a judge and saying, give me judgment. So this is very sure, evidence, we are doing witness, and then the one is a priest, but he made sure that everything under the flats to prove that this man will not move. So he built 6 flats. That guy, people came, I went to my home to leave. You can imagine if I packed my things and said, I'm going back in my village. People come and I stayed there for 2 years. Even I went to this house there, I was a god of water. I said, thank you very much. We voted for you, but being an act of God, God gave to someone else. I said, listen, and then Bishop, stole people's motor or things, it was act of God. But we have to chase them and catch them and put them in prison. That's an act of God. Of course, my story, I'll just end it before we start, is that I just want to tell you this background. I became a governor, and as you know, 6 months I was impeached. I was removed from office twice. You know, people don't know that. And of course, you heard me talk about why I was impeached in the platform. People didn't know. What do I tell people to end it? When people tell me, why were you impeached? Why were you? What was all this quarrel with people and everything? Well, I was a driver who was carrying passengers who have since passed their destination. Because they want us to do it the same way we used to do it. And I refused. So they decided to push me out and go back to where they are. And I struggled and got the car back and decided I must drag them to the destination yelling and crying. And that's what I did. Thank you very much.
So I have a few questions. A lot of public officials or public servants find it difficult to readjust back to business. People have often undue expectations of them. So why are you coming back to struggle for business or to pitch for jobs after you have been in that position? So I would like to hear your thoughts on this. What would you advocate should be the role of people like you who have served in government and others?
Well, I listened to the publisher when he was talking. I think actually, in the first place, we shouldn't allow people who don't have anything to get into office in the first place. Because I think that is their major problem. Because they don't have anywhere to go back to. So they stay there, even and start causing confusion when they are supposed to leave. But if they have a place to go back to, they will go back to where they come from. That is the major problem in the first place. So they have to know where are they coming from, what is their job, what do they do for it. You see, it is critical that you understand this. People must have a daytime job before they go into politics. They don't have a daytime job, you know. Like I always tell people, let me tell you the biggest problem our country, our states, and our local government face today. People who have never created anything are managing our resources. A man who has never created wealth cannot manage wealth. All 99.5% of lottery winners globally have gone bankrupt. And that is what we are facing here.
Alright, sir. You spoke a lot in the past events platform about how you try to, like you said, take people to the destination, how you try to do things differently away from the way that things have been done before. How did you manage that process? Because in leadership, I think one of the biggest challenges is change. People resist change when they don't understand it. People resist change when they are not comfortable with it. People resist change when they believe it's not going to favor them. So how were you able to, from your team, your government, your cabinet, and the rest of the people of Anambra State, how were you able to manage or communicate and help them to adjust to the changes that you made?
I listened to, I always refer to my senior publisher when he was talking about Singapore. Today people are celebrating Singapore. He wasn't always for Lincoln. He had to drag everybody to the wedding. On happy believes that it's going to the right direction. There's no way, even of course, those of us who are Christian, you saw that even from 1 dozen, even the one who was giving money was one who sold it. So there's no way you're going to get everybody to believe in you, not even in your house. I always tell people that even in my house, and just have my wife and 2 kids, and I don't even think that they vote. They will vote for me. So you just have to drag everybody. Going, you will see. No, I know that in my house because they always want to speak to my wife and me, because they know that I will drag everybody doing what? Going to that direction. Because that's why a leader must be a visionary. If you look at Lee Kuan Yew, for example, that he mentioned, he didn't explain to you about how Singapore came into being. He just mentioned independence. Singapore used to be part of Malaysia. And one day, the president of Malaysia said, you have to go. And the Lee Kuan Yew, the leader of Malaysia, Singapore, knelt down to beg Malaysia not to allow them to go because they have nothing. But if they go, they are finished. And Malaysia said, you must go. He turned to his people and said, we have nothing. No natural resource, no water, even their water has been taken over by Malaysia. So they don't even have anything. So what do we do? Let's offer service to the world. That's how Singapore decided we have to be part of this. Singapore doesn't have a drop of oil today, but they make more money than Nigeria from oil. Not one drop. They don't have anything. They have the biggest seaport in the world. They have people to 90% of those who use Singapore Airlines are not Singaporeans. But they have one of the most successful airlines carrying other people. That's providing them with service. If you go to their country, like he says, you regain your sanity. Because if you come from the airport, the welcome, the everything, you go to hotel, the way they serve you, and everything. You'll be shocked the service they're giving you. So, what it is that, yes, you have to look at how these things are made and said, well, listen, I have to drag these people to where all those who have brought change have been resisted everywhere. It's not speculated, but those who have done it, dragging everybody going. And I give you one example of my own case. When I found that our school system was not working, and I found the formula that would make it work, because in 2007, we had YA. We were number 26. I think 26 or 27. I can't remember the exact number, but 26 or 27. But I know we are one, Oyo was on top of us. Next year we were on top of us. But it was 26 or 27. In both YA and Negro. In the next year, subsequent year, it happened. And I decided, no, we're not getting it right. We must change this. And the only way to change it is to take the schools back to the missionaries that used to own school. And I put up a committee to do a study on how we can return schools back to the original owners. You know what the committee recommended that it is impossible that this the school was government took over the schools 40 years ago. In fact, one of the women who were in the committee said to me, I'm 41, I have a daughter who is already 21, and I had a baby that is like telling me to go and become a young girl again. I brought it to my council, which is people are appointed, I appointed all of them, not one was for me. And because I believe that I've always said in my council that a leader must be a listener. A leader must not know it all. Whoever knows it all should not lead. You must be a leader. So I tried to open for vote. Guess what happened? I lost because only 3 people supported me. I came back to my house. I told my wife the same story because I tell my wife most of Christian. He said, Peter, since you came here, it's only one quarrel after. Why you don't do this one now? Teacher said if you do this, they'll shut down school. But I knew that was the problem. One morning I announced it. And NUT is shut down the school. So for 3-4 months, there was no school in the state. Eventually, the intervention of federal government was settled. We went into it for 1 year, 2nd year. By the 3rd year, our target was to be within the first 10 in Nigeria. By the 3rd year, we were number 1. 4th year, we were number 1. 5th year, we were number 1. Today, everybody is celebrating it. But I'll tell you, I could have chipped down.
Exactly, when you shut down for that.
When everything was going against you. So a leader must be a vision, must be able to see that which ones you are not seeing, and then say, well, listen, this is where we're going. And remain consistent in going to that direction.
You said something, sir, my last question. You said a leader is not always right.
Yes.
Now looking
He will
back,
listen. I didn't say, yes, he's not always right.
yes.
He has to listen. He has to be a listener. And not assume he knows everything. But when he listens to everybody, he must be able to aggregate it and say, this is where we want to be. He drives the process with persistence.
My last question, before I take questions, looking back at your, and this is not just about public service, years in business. 2 things. First, I'd like to know what your life lesson, or the biggest lesson you've learned has been, and then for areas where you felt you made mistakes. So leaders said, must listen and be amenable to change. But when a leader senses that he or she has made a mistake, what should such a leader do? And then what has been your biggest lesson in life so far?
Well, like I tell people, I make mistakes every day. Every minute. Just learn to, one, let's say, if they affect people, come out as quickly as possible and say, I'm sorry. I say I'm sorry to my children 5 times in a day. I shout and then I come back and say, I'm sorry. I was wrong. You were right. And everything. I'm a Catholic. Let me tell you one lesson. I can get done. I once disagreed with my wife. Years back, several years ago, and in Catholic, once you go to confession, and you tell the priest what you did that was wrong, and whatever the priest said, then you will be forgiven. Of course, being a man, I cannot go to my wife then and say, I'm sorry. So, of course, I will tell you, I went somewhere, I met the first priest, being the way things work in certain countries, and he said to me, A, B, C, D, F. Forgive me, but I was feeling bad because I was wrong. I went to my parish priest in the UK, and I went to my priest whom I'm very close to. But I'm asking, I wonder if we talk, he said, Peter, let me ask you a question. If I say I've forgiven you and tell you to do prayer, just go back to your house and tell my brother you're sorry. And that's it. That's what makes a difference. Not me telling you because you need to offend me. The person you offended is in your heart. So if you go to her and say you're sorry, that you disagree with her, and Father, she was right. But me, like most men, if I go back and say, I'm sorry, I'm this, and the Father, I was wrong. Tomorrow night, he said, let me go ahead, no women don't forget. And then you are not. Let women as a leader, if you sense a problem, things are going wrong, always as quickly as possible, let the people know. If a local government chairman, a governor, president, communicate it effectively. This decision we took, we found out it was not the right thing. We're not going to do the right and everything. As a leader, you must be caring, forgiving. So your level of tolerance will be so high that you can always work with everybody. And I give you a typical example. When I was impeached, I came back from impeachment, and the speaker who led my impeachment then, my papa, the House voted that he will go. I said, no, he won't go. He will be the speaker. Because if he goes, I don't know which one is going to come and say. So I'm better off with this one. So I said, he will be the. Everybody said, no. Let it stay. That at least I'm back now. Even him refused to stay. I said, no, you stay. You will be the speaker. Then, 1 month after, we were supposed to send people to pilgrimage for pilgrimage museum. And I said, Speaker, you lead the delegation and everything. And I tell you, throughout that delegation, he kept telling everybody, let's pray for our government. That man is a saint too. If he was me, I come back, that man will never be invested again. But so you must learn to tolerate people make mistakes, people do this and everything. In business, because some of you are going to go into partnership and everything.
I was going to say that losing money.
No.
Are costing money.
Even there in business, you're going to have partners, you're going to have different ideas. Try to work with your partners. Try to share ideas. Try to tolerate each other. I have been in a business with my brothers for over 30 years. We've never argued for one day. We've never argued for one day. For one of my brothers dropped me here, and people were shocked. And when they tell me, I said, well, I can tell you now, learn to tolerate each other. My brother comes to work when I used to be in the same office. He comes late, he likes football. So when it's time to go, he will go. I've been working and everything. He likes good cars, so he buys a big car and everything. When I married my wife, we used to go to my brother's house. When he comes there, I say, hey, you know I went to the best house, eh? If you see this, I said, stop going to people's house. So that you don't let any other. And I tell you, we developed that. So today I don't care about the kind trousers, I don't care about shoes or trousers, watches. He likes good things, I can tell you. People say, oh, he goes up and says, oh, Peter, I bought 2 watches. I said, no. The only people who watches to keep that, I have one. You know, and we're close. So you
All right, questions? I'll take one. Okay, please sit down. Please sit down. Let's take the ground rules first before let's take the ground rules. First, you say your name, what you do, and you ask your question in a minute, please. No double barrel, triple question. No commentary in the form of a question. I will stop you so you can allow other people. So I will take. Okay, so I will allow coppers on each column. So I'll take 1 non-copper and a copper. 1 non-copper and a copper, right? But I'm sorry, that's the best I can do. So I'll take the copper behind you this time. I don't know if the microphone can get to you. Now I have 2 women in front. Who raised their hand first, in all honesty? No, in all honesty, yes. Who? I'm not there yet, sir. I'm not at that column. Yes. Yes, noted. So can Can we get a microphone to him? There's spare mics here. The proper standing, first column. 1 minute, sir. I'll stop you if you exceed 1 minute. Thank you.
Welcome, Professor Clark. Your Excellency, sir, I want to ask you about your view on the amalgamation of 1914. Considering the fact that it's difficult to maintain group loyalty, common identity, national culture, and consensus, with a lot of authors still referring back to it as a problem now. What do you have to say about that, sir?
That is not our problem. That I can tell you now, it is not our problem. Our problem is that we have not seen selfless leadership among our people. Let me tell you, so many other countries of the world, including America, we emulate today. We are a collection of people from different parts of the world. But because they have a selfless leader, you see, when you have what we have here now, when you have people who are not even in your local government committed to leadership, they tend to question about your mother, your color, your this. I live in the UK, and I can tell you that I became close to one of the Nigerian High Commissioners in the UK, because one day I went to an event in the UK, and Nigerians were talking about discrimination, racism, everything, and I raised my hand. I said, sir, the way we very sure, I said, sir, if anybody thinks there's racism in the UK or discrimination, you should go back to this country. Don't come here and start talking about racism. I've been here for 10 years, made money, had my people working for me, lived in better part of London, drive a big good car. Nobody stopped me for one day. There's a law you can follow it, because once I presented, Nigerians have made money and are doing well professionals in America and everywhere. People don't know where they came from. So that is not our problem. Our problem is what the publisher leader said. We should take back our country and ensure that those who lead us are the best. If they are, you wouldn't even know this is your talking. One can create a society where people's talents, hard work, will match up the opportunity. You will hear about all this again.
All right, so I'll take the lady in front. I guess the two questions are in one. The two questions are in one.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Uyomi Adogi. My question is, sir, can you tell us the yardstick with which greatness is measured? Or the yardstick with which success is measured? Thank you.
Well, for me, this one I have is personal. It is measured that, for me, the measurement is the amount of impact or contribution you made within your environment. As a businessman, I used to tell my gate man one story. That you came to me as a gate man. God did not create you gate man. And I listen to Linus. If you go back as a gate man, I'll fail you. And I was telling someone in the plane this one, I said, let me tell you, my gate man was one of the most intelligent people I met in Lagos. As a businessman, whenever I come back, I'll call him and say, Elijah, let me tell you. What do you think? He said, okay, don't worry. I'll tell you later on. In the evening, I didn't go to alcohol. Stop. You go and buy it. So, I just buy the stuff now. They make a tell you that story where you tell me. And the ideas are wonderful. So, today is a simple businessman. So, if the amount of impact you're able to make in the society, selfless impact, not the accumulation of personal wealth, that makes impact.
All right, second columns. a hand has been behind and then the copper. No, sir. Sorry, sir. There's someone behind you. So the copper and the lady. I'm coming.
My name is Moses Nkimoka. I work with the emotional advertising. My question is that in the corporate world, I found out that one of the major problems is succession plan in terms of who takes over for the business. And you are a successful businessman. What advice do you give Nigerians? Because I know that the majority of companies in Nigeria fail because of succession plan. So, what plan would you give? What advice would you give young Nigerians to work with? And how to move about making sure that companies
Please use the mic so everybody can hear you.
so that companies are sustained in Nigeria?
Succession planning, how can you?
Well, for me, succession plan, whether it's in corporate or the public world, is be selfless. In the political world, it might be different because, like the publisher said, what has up there is not really what you can control. But in the corporate world, it's very easy. In the sense that you know those you're working with. You know those who are part of the drivers of the institution or business. Be selfless. In succession plan, don't go and be looking at somebody you like so much, or somebody who like his face or her face. The person who is coming after you might not be somebody, but if you look, especially if it's a personal business, it's important because most businesses in Nigeria are personal business. People think, oh, well, listen, my son or my daughter must take over. It is not proper. Look for somebody that can manage the business more successfully and everything. As I am today, I have 2 graduates in my house. They are doing something else. If I have a business today, but somebody said to me, I mentioned it when I talked on the platform, I saw your son looking for a job. Peter, I think they cannot give him a job. I said, he's not looking for a job. Did you tell him he wants his father to give him a job? Because we have always debated this issue where I can tell you my son's name is exactly my name, Peter Gregory Obi. My son has changed his name and said he doesn't want that Peter. Because the problem he has is that people think because it's from me, he will have something to give them, and he's looking for a job. His name is Jose Club. And he goes around looking for a job. He doesn't want to do what I do. And I don't want to drag him into that. Because he's looking for a job. So when we do succession, look for the brightest, the best that can make the company survive.
Thank you, sir. The copper.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Basasuko, and this is my question. Okay, sir. The problem that we have in Nigeria, obviously, is terrible leadership. And what? Terrible leadership.
Question.
So my question is this: since we seem to have just 2 platforms, like let's say 2 political parties that are actually involved in Nigeria, what are the other platforms that a youth can have to participate in Nigerian politics?
My dear, let me correct you. One minute. We don't have terrible leadership. We actually have, again, let me tell you, we also have terrible followership. You have listened to me say, I've been in office. Let me tell you the greatest problem that is in our country today. It is not that we have, yes, our number 1 problem is leadership. But what is even worse? The followership. I was a governor so-called powerful royal fathers and everybody coming to pay you call. They will write and say they want to see you. They come to your office. Once you open the door, they say, hey, Peter, since you came, man, hey, the world has changed. I didn't know this thing is this good. You haven't done anything, no. You know yourself, you have not done anything. This person will be praising you. And your Excellency, hey, we didn't know there's anyone like you in this world. Listen, that one, and when he's going, of course, you have to say, when he's going, you have this bunch of people, they call protocol people, now who calls themselves that? Imagine going, we didn't give them anything, that usually when they come, they normally give them maybe 200,000 of this, and I said, hey, what do you mean? This man just said he want to see me. I didn't invite him. He was even there. I'm not going to give him money. But I'm going to give him anything.
Transport space.
Then you have people who say, oh. You have people who say, hey, we want to do Thanksgiving for you. The church, we must pray for you. You enter the church. You sit there and, hey, since you came, God has turned this place around. God Almighty, God is. And then, you know, people tell them, we didn't come with anything to do. I said, why say he wants to thank God? Why are we giving money? And he became a quarrel with people. Because they thought, oh, and then the same thing, you are going around everywhere 6 months after being governor or minister or anything. Somebody you voted, I didn't have a house in my village. You invite people and say you're doing Thanksgiving with a big house, several beds. Your wife will even have a shady uniform for the Thanksgiving. And everybody will come. The bishop will be saying, wherever you got it from, God will multiply. These guys are just stealing our money. Instead of calling police, they are celebrating him. That is the major problem of the country. You know where I got the truth? If I tell you where I got the truth, you will hear me say it every day. I use one local government, one time called Obo family. Obo family is the border, the last town in Anambra State. If you are going through where we call Okanot, nobody had ever visited there. I went there. The whole town was dancing. They were very happy. The parents. I looked at 3 little children. Because they were in front of me. I was fond of school children. And I said to them, these are under 12. Do you know me? Yes. Do you have any problem? He pointed, our school has no roof. The parents are here praising me. I'm calling me His Excellency. Wonderful man. But then the school just looking at them without the roof. The parents did not sit. The other one, they have no teacher. They have no toilet. These 3 people have a problem. And that's it. I once went to a secondary school and promised the secondary school that I'm going to, because I visited all the secondary schools. I once went to a secondary school, promised them that I'm going to come back before Christmas and give them a check to do their roof for 7 million naira, because that was the deal. I didn't do it. In January every year, I will bring schools to do what we call students interaction. I brought this school, Mother of Mercy, let me remember the name, Azibo, the school is there. A young girl raised his hand. A girl was in JS1, class 1. And I said, yes. He said, Governor, why is it that you don't keep your promise? Before I was saying it, the principal ran from the back, held her at the mouth. He was just about to tell me the truth. And I said, I'm telling you what the life story. I'm telling you a life story. I'm sure when you tell this story, everybody will know. The principal ran said, okay, wait. I called the Commissioner of Education. I said, what happened? He said, hey, we've actually, because whenever I go to any place I promise, you must sign the check. He said, we have actually done that check, but we're not doing that. I said, go and bring it. They brought it. I said, I called the young girl. I said, I'm sorry. You were right. And I apologize to you. Here is your check. The same place I came from the back, I can't even get. Now, you see, this is the crisis. This is the crisis of our country. This is the crisis of our country. That's why I said we must take it back. It's not whether there are one party or two parties. You told him and part to tell me that they are good. Let's take it back and follow them.
Absolutely. Questions? One for sorry, could you let any other person? Okay, nobody from the back. Can microphone please to him?
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Okure Nelson Olusegun, and I'm just asking a question. Now, considering your entrepreneurial and academic background, as well as your experience in politics, what exactly is your counsel to young Nigerians, young educated Nigerians, as a matter of fact, who are interested in going into politics so as to have a platform to reinvent the nation's leadership and also to touch the grassroots so as to bring about a reinvention of the polling party as well? Thank you.
That was Channels TV News.
Well, my question is very simple. I've said it before. Whatever is going wrong in this country today, it is your future. Most of the actors today in our political life, I can tell you, most of them have lived better part of their life. So it is your future that they are toying with. It is you that will determine the future. That future you want, you must do it. Don't think that you can dream about living in America when things are not working here. Somebody told you how good this place used to be. And people were thinking there would be. Mandela said it there when he was in detention. He was hearing about Nigeria. He thought this is a wonderful country. Igbo I know wanted to come to Nigeria. Everybody. So that future you want, you must build it. You must be able to stand and say no to what is happening today. I've said it before. A man who is leading the protest, whether you like it or not, in Hong Kong, the young boy is 17 years old. Today is 19. You know, and he said to the parents, it is about my future. It's about your future. I see the covers here. And when I see them with a sense of, regret, a sense of, a feeling of pain. These people have been to school. All they want is an opportunity to contribute in building their country. All they want is a job. They're not looking for anything great. It's an opportunity for them to contribute. We have people, millions of them in their productive age doing nothing. What are you going to do in your retirement age? Today, we don't even have enough money to even send youth corps at once. They're not putting them in batches. They don't even have money. People just want to serve youth corps and don't even have enough money to serve them. I can tell you, the amount of money we need to take all the youth corps is not up to expenses for people right around this country a year. So we can't go on like that. Something drastic must happen. So you must be able to go in and say, I want to make a difference as a councillor. I want to make a difference as a local government chairman. I want to support Sam means well. Let nobody come and use you for talk. I've said it before. If anybody wants to talk, let him start with his children. And we know it's serious. If talk is a business, let his children start it. You know, and everything. And I always tell people, that the things I do that makes, for me, it is important that if you must get involved, it's not a place for sense, and not money, but we must reduce our greed. My prayers is not that we should eliminate corruption. I always tell people, my prayers is that we should reduce our greed. It is the greed that is making us where we are. We should do things in a sensible, acceptable manner. Nobody needs a house all over the world because he has served his people. But he can live well.
All right, sir. This question, I'll just take the three questions together. You, microphone, Paul. I see only Copper's hands on the last column, so I'll just take two. The lady behind and the guy shaking his hand. Shaking.
Thank you very much.
Shaking. I'm the chairman of this occasion, so I can interact at any time. I want to say, in addition to what you don't understand. Okay. You see, you have a forum here with which to start to change what's happening. You all know each other, or I hope you do. Isn't there one person who is ambitious enough to want to lead this country that the rest of you cannot support? You support, you keep raising the support. Don't keep looking for money. Keep looking for how you support that person. Whether they come in as a counselor, support that person in the progress they want to do. Come in as a local government chairman, move to the Senate. You see, and then when you see some things that are definitely wrong, you cannot fall victim to that. I want to ask you, who gave you the best meal you had last year? Can any of you remember it? Can you remember it? How long did it last before you went to the toilet? That is what has happened. Stomach culture has killed most of you here. Because you just went for that small bag of rice or whatever, you got it, and it's okay, wait now, none of you can come and identify it. So until you realize that just a little bit they used to deceive you, how long will it last? You can't go that way. Because did they know you before them? Will they know you after? But the person that you know here right now, if you start from today, 1, 2, 3 people, whether I don't care whether it's in business or whatever, and you begin to support, and you can checkmate them. Because if they go wrong, you'll be the first to talk. You begin to see impact changes. Right now, your senators are greedy. They are overpaid, they keep looking for more. That budget padding that came out now, it's not today. I am very sure he can tell you many things about it. It has been going on, but because one person was not happy, his will, everybody else is complaining. They are trying to be saints. There are hardly any sense there. But if you don't keep tweeting about it, keep putting it on social media, make sure that no event that is evil goes down. As a group, as a body, then you have not achieved anything. Get together and start it.
Chairman, I have to thank you sincerely. Thank you sincerely for that intervention. What Chairman told you now is what I've maintained. That future, you must build it. He just told you about it. House members in our country earn more than MPs in London. I was in London on Tuesday, just this Tuesday, for a meeting of the Commonwealth Business Council, the governing board. When we finished the meeting, I was just leaving Commonwealth with a Nigerian that I met when I was going there. I said, okay, why don't two of us system every day like this. And the man has to, he's an MP. If they see him in the field, if they see, say, ex-prime minister. And I went down and told him that every other person in Europe, in the entire Europe, there's nothing called a first-class section of the plane. The British Prime Minister cannot take off and say, I'm going to Germany and enter flight first class. He doesn't have a private jet. If he tries it, that's the end of his job. And Jamaica, whose economy, GDP, is 4 trillion, does not have a private jet. Even when he came here, he came on the first. And he cannot fly first class. And you can go on and on. So that future, my dear people, you will build it. You will say no.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last 3 questions together, and then I'll introduce the special guest who also has a question. So we'll take your question and the 2 coppers. Yes, you should be on you, and yes, we'll take all the questions together.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I have this question to ask. From the last platform, I want to push the ask you a question about the cost of governance. And basically, it's for the local government chairman. You have been governor, and the issue, just like it's going on here, a lot of things are going on right now. The local government chairman, sir, what is the role of my local government chairman? Because before you were, it's in the constitution, but it's not being acted. What should I do? Because I'm planning something already. Before you got into office, you came to tie up the road to my estate. Right now, there's a big pothole to that estate, and you pass through this way, you don't. So we're even thinking of going to that local government and just make trouble there. So I don't know. What's the role of that local government chairman right away?
You've asked 3 questions. Which is the question? What is the role
of my local government chairman? Why is he sitting down there?
Well, you said it's in the constitution.
Hey, but it's not been acted.
Sir, can we take the other 2 or you want to answer this? There's water for you. But can we...
My question is, I was impressed when you said after the election, you continue. So I want to know, after the election, another person's name was announced. Why do you push up with the case? What makes you think the results announced was not fair, even when your wife asked you not to? Because many of us have contested in one post or the other, but after the election, we believe, just like what the bishop said, that God knows the best. So I just want to
All right, last question. That's your faith in the judiciary. No, it's the guy behind, the one without a pair of glasses. I'm sorry, he shook his hand. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, sir. I'm Gotni Olusegun. So my question goes this way. What is that I've seen in your life that, in your biography, that there's perseverance. What is that motivating factor? Or that particular thing that kept you going despite those challenges? And you don't add title to yourselves. Because I know you are a doctor, but you just got, you see as a minister, you see as a minister. So why don't you add title to yourself? Thank you so much.
Did you understand the question? Do you understand the question?
Let me tell you what happened to me while I was coming here. This I've answered openly. While I was coming here now, I spoke to a man called Reverend Father George Egusen. George Egusen is the Reverend Father in Abuja. He called me to thank me because some of you might have read it or not read it, where I said that churches should stop giving titles. I'm a Catholic, and suddenly my church has started giving titles to people They will tell you this, the day of this diocese, this and so about 3 weeks ago, my church wrote me personally that they want to make me the Duke of the diocese and my wife the Duchess. And I wrote them back. I said, please do not ruin this church by all these titles. We already have 5 societies people can belong. Either you're a member of St. Jude or St. Paul or St. Louis. They already have the protocol of the church. I don't know what it's called. For me, Duke in the UK is a leader of a dukedom or second in command to the king. I am neither. You know, and to add this title to my wife even wasn't it. Because you know, when women get title, I'm sorry, they have to get something that will go with it. So maybe you have another cloth that will go as Duchess. So it complicates the matter. So I said, if you're looking for money, the money I give you is part of what God gave me. So if you want, the reason why I say so is that all these titles, when I was a governor, and I said this again, go and check. Several universities wrote me to give me doctorate degree. What I asked in this country, can we stop giving people award until they finish? Let them go out of the office. And if they deserve any award, we'll give it to them. If you give it today, I can take it. But a governor stays in office, takes the money of his state, use a hostel for a university, they give him a doctorate degree. This man didn't do this before. So obviously we know where the money came from. Because if he was that generous and a good one, he would have used one before. So let's wait after. If he used one, maybe after we have seen years of so there's too much of award of all of titles and everything here. We must stop that. It is not part of office. 2, on what the state board gave me this. Again, I keep going back to what I would say. He will contest again and again. Let me tell you, one of the greatest presidents in America. You know who I'm talking? Yes. Who is it? Huh? No. One president here. Abraham Lincoln, Roosevelt, go and read their history. You find out that they contested for election several times. And listen, when you ask, a lady asks, when you fail, what keeps you going on? Let me tell you, of all the 10 richest people in the world, 6% or 60% have actually fight for that person. One of the greatest leaders today we know is Steve Jobs. Let me tell you, Steve Jobs started out with his friend. But you know when he hired was calling, he sacked him. Because of incompetency or not helping the business. He left and came back. And I can go on and tell you so many people have filed for bankruptcy and survived. That's why what it says about perseverance is critical. Anybody who tells you that, oh, these things are very sweet and everything, no. It is up and down. Life is like you enter the plane, you go through the bad weather, like pilot told us, that thing is not just, he's telling you what he was seeing in cockpit. The passengers don't know those things that happen. They think the plane is very smooth. It is not smooth. I have seen the cockpit of a plane. When I feel that this is what we are seeing every day. When it's announced that you are going through bad weather and under control, everything is okay. Let me tell you, that's praise to God. Because it goes up and down. It's like you see people celebrating 25 years of happy marriage. Where? They are celebrating 25 years of managed quarrels. They are celebrating their life with 25 years.
We have one more question.
Their marriage is about. So that is the question. You talk about your local government chairman. Where do we start? Not just local government chairman, not just councillor, not just governor, not just president. Where do we start? Let's start by doing one thing. When the man is campaigning, let's take a note of his promises. When he takes office, let's hold him to his promises. Let him not tell us any excuse that he got in there and saw the ABCD. No. You should know all those things that you're going to see. Don't come in and say, oh, you came in and everything changed. You shouldn't change when you come in. Because it is assumed you know this hole. So if you tell us I'm coming to fill this hole, come and fill the hole. Don't tell us you came and it was deeper. If it was deeper, you created it. Because you should have known. You see, we these people here, they are campaigning and tell us we're going to tie this road, we're going to feed you, we're going to do this. Then they come and say, hey, he missed an empty treasury. What do we think we're going to meet before? No, it is assumed that when you're campaigning, these are part of the things that are there. People have met, people took Japan, a collapsed place after the war, and turned it around. People have met Germany, a collapse. People have taken losses and turned it around. So don't give us a tool. What we want to see is, where are we going? Tell us that what a government says is hope. Tell us we're moving from point A to B. Nobody wants you to achieve everything. You can't achieve 100% of everything. We want to see 100% effort. And every year we are driving to this direction. We are going. And then we have a hope. But what do we have today? We have a sense of hopelessness. Like I tell people, tomorrow is church service. Imagine if you enter that church and the pastor says there's no more heaven. Everybody will leave. Because what we are here for is heaven. We have people that have been promising us that heaven. And that is what we are not getting here. There's no government economy in the world. Whether it's in America, whether it's in Britain, whether it's in everything. But what are people doing? They are driving home. And when you think you cannot do it, please for God's sake, Cameron took British people to just referendum. When they finished, he resigned. Don't stay there and be telling us the problem every day when we were elected to solve the problem. We already know there's a problem. Solve it.
Thank you, sir. Leaders don't give excuses. We have
one lady who didn't answer. What's the lady? There was one lady here.
Yeah. You've answered all the questions.
Okay.
You've answered all the questions. We have in our midst the chairman of BUA Group, I believe, Mr. Ishaq Rabi. He's a member of the Gotni board. Can we put our hands together for him? Do you have a question? So I don't know who has the microphone. No more questions, I'm sorry.
When chairman has a this one will call for.
Good afternoon. I'd like to first make one thing correct for record. I'm not the chairman of the board group, I'm his brother. My name is Rabiu. This is Rabiu. I have a property development company and I'm on IRS Airlines. I'm glad when we talk about Nigeria, we refer to Babangida Awolowo, Chief Azikwe, Amadu Bello, and so on and so forth. I think some of you here will be great grandchildren of those leaders. And if anybody asks you to refer to other leaders apart from them, I'm glad you was a very successful businessman, one of the early colonials that Nigerians don't know. I know, okay, I shouldn't have said that, nobody knew that actually. But one thing I know when he was a governor, he stood his ground and acted like a servant of the people that was willing to sacrifice and worked hard, determined, dedicated, responsible, and patriotic to the Nigerian nation. I remember he did not used to go around with convoys. Any ordinary Nigerian that is lucky today to be a governor that has been elected into office by the people, the next day he's sworn into office, he will be on the road with siren, and those same people that voted him into office will be pushed off the road. Because he is who? He's the governor, he's a big man, he'll have the most money, he'll have the biggest houses, he'll have the biggest cars, and he will have our monies in his pocket. And we put him there. And that is when he said something about followership not doing their responsibility. I totally agree with him. Because I know unless and until there was a responsibility for him as a governor to do, he never ever chartered an aircraft to go from Port Harcourt to Abuja, unless it became necessary. He was always on a commercial aircraft. And when it became necessary, he would call me. He said, Rabiu, I have to travel, but I'm paying 50%. I said, I paid 75. No, I'm paying from my pocket. And then he would take that aircraft and go to Abuja and do what is necessary. The one thing I had hoped for was that Governor Peter Obi should have said what he is telling us now when he was in office, because he would have brought them to the right level and they would have tried to emulate him. And he would not be saying what he's saying today if it was not true. You know why? There are records. You can go and check each and everything he has said. But what I wanted to ask him truly is about you, the youth, especially those members of the NYSC, because tomorrow is about you and your children and future generations. You are a very strong group. You are a very committed, responsible group that can bring about changes in Nigeria. But you cannot do it individually. You have to do it as a pressure group. You have to do it in a manner that will make a difference. And one thing I wanted to ask our able leader, role model, mentor, hero, Peter Obi, is how can you, as NYSC members, come together and form pressure groups that will bring about the desired changes we need to have in Nigeria, that will give you the opportunity to lead, that will give you the opportunity to ensure that future Nigerians do not lack the necessities of life that they deserve. I went to a public school, Federal Government College, and when I was in school, we used to have the best of the best. You heard what he said about schools, and how the governors and local government chairman, the guy spoke about here. It's our responsibility, and we cannot blame those in office because at least they have tried to be there. But what you need is a structure to come together and make that happen. We have so many problems: ethics, morals, irresponsibility, fraud, across board. That is something we have to fight, but we have to have the right leadership in place to first do it. So how can these young people that are patriotic, educated, passionate about Nigeria come together and bring about the desired changes we need? Thank you, sir.
Thank them enough. Because whether you like it or not, the best they can contribute to that. It is the Nigerians that tell me when I was governor, this man at the house here, this man at the house here, we can lead you to buy here. And I said, listen, I don't live in America. Why would I own a house in America? It's pure somewhere, all the qualities, and he said, I can sell this land to you. You know, it's just $2.5 million and everything. And I said to him, why would anybody buy this type of place like it? If I buy it, it will cost me at least $125,000 a year to keep it. He said, more than that. He said, so why would I own it? I don't need it. I would rather use that money in my country, buy a bond, and I get 5% of it, which is $125,000 a year. I come to South Africa 3 times in a year. It costs me $200 in the night in hotel. He said, oh, I said, no, I cannot pay for a hotel. I said, more than $200. It's not possible. He said, so 3 times is $600,000. And you want me to buy this? And I told the man, I said, I don't own a house in Abuja. The only place I own a house, P2B, is in Onitsha. I said, it's even in Abuja because the house I own in Abuja will cost me 400 million naira. Why would I own it when I go to Abuja every week and sleep one night and it costs me 35,000? Now multiply by 2 weeks, it's not up to 5 million, and I buy a house for 400 million. There's no money. I said, you can't do that. So when people see, when you see so much waste, this is what I'm saying is that there's too much waste. Now, when I talk about this, what they need to do is that it is them that will stop and watch Romania, watch them, and what you could say no to them. When we vote Sam in, and he changes from what he used to be, we tell him no. We voted you in. We were with you here, chairman, when you were talking about how to change it. Suddenly now you want to tell us we are no longer the same thing. Nobody has said no to them. That is the challenge. Why are we going to give you road to pass? Why are you going to treat us like this? Why are people pushing us? This is the only country people buy bulletproof car and then have 50 police. If you have already bulletproof car, then you don't need security now because that's the essence. Go to England, you see the Prime Minister, he moves with bulletproof car. So he moves to only one vehicle and the bulletproof car. But yeah, he has bulletproof car, 3, and he has 50 police. So he has taken all the security men and he's asking, I want to buy bulletproof car. And nobody is looking for him to kill him. No. I can say it, I was there for 8 years. Nobody killed me. Never, not one day. There was no reason for it. So we can't be contesting. Please. Sam is contesting. What did you tell us? Convince the next person. Look, today you have to win that, for this, you have that, and everything. You can convince your own people. If I tell you, I'm sure I'm ending, isn't it? This is my last question.
Yes, sir.
And you're not going to ask me one.
There's no more question. Maybe to add to what you're saying, what would you want to be remembered for?
No, the reason why I said it is that I do this every now and then. My daughter texted me yesterday and asked me a question. You know, I'm going to be part of 2 of our questions. 2 of them. You know, first, he said to me, Daddy, I have why can't the country Nigeria have a loan system or pay school fees for bright people? I have people in my school who are 3 times smarter than I am, leaving school because they have no money. The only thing I feel like is to tell you, don't pay for me, pay for them. Because I believe they are far better than I am. But that's their country. Why would you treat people like that? come together. And I always said to her, I said, Amaka, don't tell me this. What you need to do is to come together with other people and everything. And like I said, let it not be me not telling you this. I give you one of the tests she will send to me when I pay her school fees and everything. Come, because you're a younger man, so you can do this very well. You know. I just said, let me just see. This is a text I received. This is a text I received when I paid her.
Okay.
How about the school fees?
Okay, I read
Yeah.
instruction. Good morning, dearest mommy and daddy.
He always put his money.
I have now successfully paid my school fees for this term and my room rent for the next 6 months. Not only that I have, as of present, received 3/4 of my upkeep finance too. I just want to say thank you. It will never stop positively bewildering me that I am this lucky. I think of those who don't have the financial security I and Eloka have. I just yesterday told Mommy how I was looking through the newspaper and was struck by an image of some refugees trying to squeeze underneath some barbed wires to cross borders into what they believe is better opportunity. The photo I saw was of a woman and children. It struck me. There were people just like me, but devoid of the same benefits. I am just grateful. I don't really know what I did to deserve the life I am extremely fortunate to have. But I'm just really grateful, and I hope I can help those not as felicitous some way someday. Thank you so much again, and I really do love you both.
I tell you what I tell people every day. You know, when I said it in the platform, I said, none of my kids have a car. They have never driven a car. She's doing a second degree. They are 24 and 23. They don't have a car. They've never driven one. Because once they mention it, they say, wait until you buy one. Not to do that. But what am I trying to say? When she says this type of test, you know what I tell her, Samaka? All of you must get together. There must be some youth. You are now in the age of WhatsApp, tweeting, every sort of thing. We are not fortunate to know that you can use it to change the whole thing. So if you see Sam coming out to contest, use that Twitter, use that WhatsApp, use that tell them this is our age. In this age, let me tell you, is age of knowledge economy. He just told you about Alibaba. Alibaba in one day sold goods worth $14.9 billion. That is more than the budget of your country for 1 year. 1 day sales of Alibaba. Apple is today valued at over $700 billion. That is more than South Africa and Nigerian GDP put together. One company. So it is a knowledge economy. Seize it. It's your country. Remember what I said. The society we are used today will take its revenge on you tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Your hands together for our speakers and guests for our practical session. any city. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, have we been inspired? Have we been inspired? Can you make some noise? Okay. All right. In a couple of minutes, we'll be going for lunch. So once we have intellectual infrastructure, we can also have stomach infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call on Dr. Linus Okore to round up this first set and then we go for lunch, I want to make a few points. When Mr. Peter Obi was talking about the fact that you cannot give what you do not have, and then this particular Arabic statement came to mind, which is "Fa kidushe illa yuti," and that means that you cannot give what you do not have. And the Latin also put it as "nemo dat quod non habit," which means you cannot give what you do not have. So the first principle for self-reinvention, as we've heard, is that we need to start with self-reinvention. Okay, madam. 2 questions we need to ask.
I'll answer one.
Okay, 1.
Yes. You have to find out from the politician whether he has it. That's something doing before.
Fantastic. So the question you should ask any politician or ask yourself if you are going for any political office is, do I have a job? A day job. Okay? So if you say any local government chairman, for the man who asks what governor, senator, house of rep member, or whoever is running for any political office, you ask him, do you have a day job? And I'm sure if there's a day job, there's also a night job too. Alright. And the second question is, are you a learner? Because anyone who is not a learner, as he said, cannot be a leader. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to warm up. Let's roll it. Let's roll it. Let's roll it. Let's roll it. Let's warm up. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Let me see you roll it. Let me see you roll it. 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 Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Dr. Linus Okore, as he makes a rapid dialogue with his legs down to this stage to prepare us for the next stage after lunch. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Dr. Daniel Sokori. Thank you so much.
All right, great. I believe that now that the energy is high, can I say something that immediately he finished speaking? The point is that the group that he's talking about to be formed is already existing. Does that make sense? Yes. So Guardians of the Nation International is already here. So how many of you would like to be part of Gotni? Can I see your hand? Fantastic. So what we're going to do is that immediately after lunch, we are going to go into our group sessions. If you don't belong to a group, can I see your hand? You don't belong to a group so far. Immediately, before you get out of the door, what you're going to do is that someone is going to stay there to give you numbers. So that when you return back after lunch, you are breaking into your own group. There will be competition. The group that comes up with the best ideas and presentations will win. And from there, we will take a campaign to the next level. Now, do we have our 4 group names now? Do we have our 4 group names? Yes. Where are the leaders of the 4 groups? Where are the leaders of the 4 groups? Please come out quickly, all the leaders of the 4 groups. Wow, fantastic. Now, what's the name of your group?
The name of group number 1 is Trailblazers.
Put your hands together for the Trailblazers. What about yours?
Our group is group 3, Integrity.
Integrity group.
Okay, our group is group number 1, Top Notchers. Number 2, sorry, Top Notchers.
Put your hands together for Top Notchers.
Our group is group number 4. It's named as Great Minds.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Great Minds. Now, we will see out of these 4 groups, which group will come out with the greatest ideas that will show this country that this is the way forward for Nigeria. These are the group. Now let me tell you something. Any of you that do not have a group, you have the opportunity now. Before you go for lunch, if you don't have a group, look at these four persons here. Decide which of the group you want to belong to amongst the 4. Does that make sense? So my friends, you're going to repeat. And guess what? Listen. This is the group names again. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you this afternoon the Great Minds. It is just starting. Let us celebrate the Top Notchers. Somebody just said to me that the name of my group is the Trailblazers. The last but not the least, join me and celebrate the group that I think some of us belong to, the Integrity Group. So, if the character and the nomenclature of any of the group fits us, those of you who don't have a group, come quickly and join which of the groups that you want to join before lunch. Immediately after lunch, we are going to go to town hall meetings. You break into your groups and you get ready for a presentation. This is the way to go. Gotni. When I say Gotni, say integrity. Gotni. Don't join them. You can say you can beat them. Don't join them. Don't join them. Lunch is served.
Okay, sorry, please, let's stay seated, please. Let's stay seated. Quickly.
Remove these people.
Yes, so that it can be set all. The ushers are going to coordinate which seat is going to go first. So we go for lunch at this time and come back by 3 p.m. So the ushers will coordinate it. For the guests and the speakers, please, lunch is served on the first floor. The first floor just downstairs there. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together finally. Can we put our hands downstairs there. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The first floor just downstairs there. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
10 gigabytes for 2,500 naira and 24 gigabytes for 5,000 naira. Available in all Glow World outlets and Glow dealers. The new Jamaica, what is the matter?
The professor said it's the chicken. The chicken? Yes, there's something wrong with the texture. I guess people have divided attention while doing my work.
I'm taking the channel in there, I'm going to my laptop. And Jennifer, it's coming. Season out 2. This is season 6. And you laugh.
But never mind though. Guess my picky taste buds are a product of many years of eating only the best cuisine in Europe.
Caroline?
What's that? If you send me the picture, I beg, send me the picture. Anytime I look at it, I laugh.
Professor, sir?
What was that?
I was mentioning some people's names.
Caroline?
Many years of eating only the best cuisine in Europe.
Caroline?
Professor, sir?
What was that?
I was mentioning some people's names. There was Isit, Anu, Oluwa, Po.
Meaning what?
That was the name for some people. Your sister was...
Send me that video. Stop it. Look at it and be laughing.
Outside the gate. She was awake to see you. She was just arrival now.
Chumoke? Is that true?
Of course not. I don't know what she's talking about, you know. My parents and siblings are in Zurich, Switzerland, so I don't know what she's saying. I don't understand it.
As implies. your sister was awaiting you outside. Yes, she was mentioned. And her name was Shikratu. And she was half the same mama and papa with you. So, she was awaiting you outside to saw you.
That's a big fat lie. It's a lie. My sister would never come into Nigeria without informing me. It's not possible. I'm very sorry. Please excuse me. Let me go and see the impostor. I'm sorry.
Caroline, as you were, back to base. Settle down and eat your food.
Professor, sir.
Yes, Caroline.
Sir. Sir. Let me left and escortion her sister inside.
Caroline.
Sir.
Over and out.
My husband, anytime he touched the baby picky like this, the baby hair will do kicking. You know, it's village love. You know, village. You don't know anything. Village love is sweet, oh. You know, it will go far. He will love you. He will hold you. He's a precious to meet you. He's a precious to meet you. Why would you come here? What are you looking for? Why did you come here? Why? So I look for, and this one you are saying why shouting on me, being bad, me, I'm my dog.
Sikira. What do you want? How did you get this? Why would you show up here? Why?
It's love, Name. I've gone to your house before. They say that you run away from landlord. Say
Must you talk? Is it everything you say? I hope you've not said anything to anybody. See, 80,000 naira is not a joke. Yes, 80,000 naira is not a problem you, Sikira, can solve.
Auntie, they say you are home Nigeria debts. All the debts of this life, you saw 80,000. Go back to village. Adanekoko village is a growing village. A presto live, a presto sit. I preach to Adanekoko my village to be faithful and lawless. It's 735 naira. Lamon Sonny Lua. 735 naira is house payment.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so what do you want? Why are you here?
I said, let me come and see you before I burn these children.
Come and see me, Sikira.
Why has she not ushered in her guest yet?
See, maybe like she said, she's dealing with an imposter.
Professor, sir.
Yes, Caroline.
Yes, sir. That was why I was begging you, sir. Let me went and escortion her inside.
She is not your guest. So sit down and eat your food.
That is the pointless, sir. I was not getting appetizer to chop the fowl, sir. Please, sir, let me went and invitation her inside.
What is it now?
Stay here.
Who are you rolling for?
Okay. How did you transport yourself down here?
Transport? Me, I follow Baba Fakunle Nike.
Baba Fakunle? And what is he doing here?
So you don't know? It's the one that always give everybody in the whole heart flour, amala flour. If people use
sense. It wasn't.
Oh, that makes sense.
In the association, we call each other brothers and sisters.
Oh.
She's definitely not my sister.
Oh.
That was where the mix-up came from.
Oh, that makes sense.
Of course.
It wasn't made sense. Professor, sir.
Yes, Caroline.
She's definitely not my sister.
Shut up! Asiocha!
Amani, how are you? I've been looking for you.
Baba Fakunle, I've come to greet you.
Where is my wife, your sister?
She has gone to my house to... Wait for me. I'm pressed. I need to use my phone.
Okay. Just go to... the back of the bar.
Calm down.
Follow that side.
Calm down, easily, Pele. Easy.
Where is this man?
Olani.
Professor.
Jumoke? What is amiss here?
I want to sit down on my seat. Excuse me, I want to sit down on my seat.
She's been fainting.
Yes, I'm excuse me, because I want to say does that sound convincing? Skibo. Mr. Come on. Give it to them. That's right. Kill them with the word. Hallelujah. Is this a cash go up? What did he say now? You put this heavy kilobytes on my tiny flat innocent laptop. My laptop is innocent of this that you are doing to me. Give it to them. Excuse me, sir. I don't know what is GDP. I just know that it's gross deposits picture. Wait, who please say this? Okay. My laptop has is it finished? Warcraft. What's Warcraft? Wait. God's compass. Twilight Hunters. Is it said it's agile? Yeah, I copied it. It's not hard. I need to copy it too. Wait. Sorry. Is that your present? Sorry. I can see the. How many cords do you connect to? How much do you even buy this one?
She is not well.
Mon Dieu. She looks definitely in a very terrible shape. She needs immediate and emergent situational presentation in the hospital. Please, you must take her to the hospital.
Hospital?
Yes. Okay. Right away. I will meet you there. Please.
Easy, enter easy.
Raise your leg.
Easy now. If I can survive this, I will never be a rose girl again. Never.
What young people call
No, is it HP? Is it Lenovo or this one? Look at this, right? The fact that it was completely honest, I don't know how to explain it. Okay, so this is Peter Obi.
Goat's milk. It's called Esquire. It's like fortified goat's milk. Got a bunch of vitamins and stuff. It's like for puppies. And he grew really fast. And he's outside. We just let him go for outside, and he just sticks around the yard.
What are you giving to them in terms of performances? Well, I'm just gonna be me, make you happy, laugh, swag it, dance. I just want you to know that I'm dripping swag.
Wow. So what it means is that, what it means here is very simple. It means that each and every one of us seated here today, have we agreed that the cost of have we been impacted? Have we been impacted? How many of us want to take the idea that we can impacted? You want to come with it? Excellent. Beautiful. So, what I want to hear from at the end of this program is somebody says yes now, saying, right now I've started Gotni and we are meeting and transforming lives. Is anybody like that? Is anybody like that? Somebody says me a note from a building and says, I've started a relationship. Is anybody like that? Fantastic. Now, where are you as a group?
So it's what have you done for me?
Can I have the group stand up?
Bring it on.
Stand up.
She's gonna bring it on. Janet Jackson style.
You have only 3 minutes. Now I'm going to introduce now the judges are standing their rules, and I want the chief judge to please spell the rules to the group before I start. Put your hands together for the chief judge.
We are preparing ourselves to police. It's also to be on your delivery. Now remember, our life lessons are 10 minutes. So we are going to be looking at the following things daily period of time. Your delivery, your process and composure. That's how you carry yourself. Your content. How innovative your idea is and the impact of your idea on the group. I hope you have all this five in your presentation. So these are the things we are going to be looking at, and each one carrying a particular matter which we are going to introduce to.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you are waiting for is finally here. President right now is the Gotni Leadership Conference. We want to allow the representative of ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome the top notch. Is there anything you have your slide ready? If there is a slide, you go out there and your slide. Because once you start that is not ready, that makes no sense. Good. Are we good to go?
Can I come in?
He's not ready.
We don't have slide. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, final warning. The time starts counting now. The top judges.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very Emmanuel, standing in the judges. First, the motion before us is what has been or what has the nation shown with regards to the implementation of our leadership and social development in the next 3 years, and as well what has Gotni that me and him do about it. Now starts with the invention of our leadership and social development. What is our leadership? According to what we have seen and from all the from the conference, and true leader is one that knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. How has it been in this nation and for the past 50-something years after the independence? We always have leadership with respect to people who have the mindset to just administrate and not to produce. And that is why one of our speakers, in the name of Professor Toby, called that kind of leadership the altars. But what do we need as to be able to help the effect or the disadvantage that the so-called altars has created? We need cultivators. And cultivators the mindset to do three main things, which are the first things that our Creator, God Almighty, spoke to man when man was created. He said, "The fruitful, multiply and replenish." Be fruitful in the sense that we have to create leaders with the right mindset of what creating, producing, and not just administration. Everyone has the right mindset that, as soon as I'm too, I want to go into politics. But if we have leaders with a mindset of producing and not just administration, if we start structure, I'm so sure that the leadership in Nigeria will be able to change a whole lot of trends that has started for the past 50 years. And also as well, we need to do what we call efficient data capture. Efficient data capture in the sense that policies that were created before that is only for some persons and not for some persons listening to the phrase. What can I and Gotni do about that? There are so many other things that we can do. The first one is to force one thing, include leadership, not just civic education. I've gone through civic education as a child and I found that what we're learning is leadership of the past. Why don't we include leadership itself for the future in all school levels, school curriculum? And I'm so sure there are good things like that. We will use leadership of the future and not leadership according to the past. That is one major thing that we can do. Another thing we can do is that what you and I can do is to do what we call leadership by example. Let me give an example. I'm sorry to give this example. My time is before. I'm in sanitation city. There was a time we were coming out from the local government, just carried out the community service. And after the community service, we saw a woman drop a gala wrap on the ground. One of us said, "Madam, don't do this." He picked it up. The woman was touched. The woman, because of that, started picking up everything around her. So I believe leadership by example is another major way of doing it. Thank you very much. invent ideas for national development. And we all know that there are problems in the economy. We are not here to ask them to because God understands everything we do. But now we have come to the vision, asking us to our vision.
Who is this? I don't know.
To raise leaders, visionary leaders for national development. How do we get visionary leaders for national development? That brings me to our mission statement. Our mission statement is visionary leaders.
I was sitting here, him was sitting here.
Now,
the time I came,
like I said earlier,
sitting down here.
we are going to provide solutions. And the solution lies in this place. Number one, I stand for
okay, go look for another place to sit down now. Did you buy this place?
Mark, as a whole. Number two, the next one after I in intelligence world. What is the end goal? That is why we need other those to come and join us. Because there's a platform we are going to launch right there. So after then we have what? We have what? We have what? What does this stand for? Now there's an opportunity for technology to operate in every phase of life. Whatever you're studying in academic, then when the technology comes into it, then it makes a difference. You being a lawyer or whatever, we intend to bring technology to these ideas and make a difference. The next one is fraud. This one, what does it stand for? Whatever this means to you are excellent. The next one stands for what does it stand for? We are going to set some powerful ways and those things you know. What does the next one stand for? What does that stand for? We are going to people will change this world. Let's go change the world. The next one is for this one. Next one is what does it stand for? This one. What does it stand for? The next one stands for what does it stand for? We are creating our lives. We are still not forgetting. We are here. We are not forgetting. What does white stand for? And I should train the trainers like we do. We should intensify more effort because we need more of what is happening. Sound the vision as an individual, as a participant, lead this hall with the intent and strong conviction of setting the vision. Don't just get inspired and leave it. Sound the vision. The next is the I factor. The I factor. You must first convince yourself. I must take the first step. So until we look at the I factor, we will never get it right. Now, the next very important question is doing the talk. It's not all about rhetorics. We must learn to do the talk. After I leave this one and decide to do the talk. Every one of us, as a matter of urgency, as a matter of national importance, we must all learn to do the talk. And then the next is teamwork. We can join efforts together after synergy, very important, very essential. And the last but not the least, Gotni give us a platform. Everybody, members of my group, the trailblazers, they are yearning for platform. They want to move into the rural area, but they need the permission of Gotni. I pray we get this permission to do that. One said, it is amazing what you can accomplish without competing or caring or getting regret. I don't think go and interest of everyone around you. Other than yourself, you basically higher than yourself. And second, you talk about it's a new curriculum. When you make a new curriculum in education industry, this new curriculum will involve leadership and the culture. And actually encouraging and improving our leaders and young leaders to practice to secondary schools to junior university.
जानता चुपचाप रहना बस ऐसे ही खड़े रहो कोई दिक्कत आई
I can watch anything but not this.
What I is that each person that is entered in this form of
जानता चुपचाप रहना बस ऐसे ही खड़े रहो कोई दिक्कत आई
who truly is in who says that one of the greatest days you can give at yourself today is a decision not to yourself.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yes. One of the
This cloud in the sky.
There is enough faith that can stop that is time.
आया जानता चुपचाप रहना बस ऐसे ही खड़े रहो कोई दिक्कत आई
What has been lacking all this while you are not going to your own because you have not understood the business of establishment, the business of branding. Everybody wants to be recognized. Everybody wants to be seen. Everybody wants to be heard. But the truth of the matter is that it is not everybody that seeks to be heard. That is why
I don't know much about
seek to be very bad. I never forget about last 3 weeks in Atlanta. There was a duty of control in Atlanta. The organizers was broke decided that there was 24 girls. The 24 ladies were sponsored on the
Can I close the program?
why does that was teaching them on how to run themselves and people and different. One of the ladies was seated right there. I looked at that lady, I said that, and I saw the lady looking at that lady, and I was kissing on her because she picked me up like that. I saw a contact that lady looked at. And I saw a contact that says that I came into this construction with not big.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
I know exactly when somebody is out of water because I have the water myself. I know. When I said that, I said myself that is the and that evening, because of that, I started to go to my wife. I went to my phone in that I said I want to see how means this consumption. And then they gave me that. The first step of the beautiful girls, they came out, everybody in their eye, looking very nice. I saw that girl, she came out with energy, and my eyes are focused on the judges. And then she came out of this smiling with her eyes on the judges, saying, and the water, it was too sweet. I noticed it, I said to my wife, I said, this lady,
it's gonna be the best day of my life.
She has averted the passion of everyone that has simply began looking around like that. 5 of them selected. Everybody was just quiet. Try to question yourself answer. That lady was fascinating. I said, this is the best part that I want to see. The way her mind works. And she opened her mouth. And concept upon concept, she built a foundation on the subject matter that shows inspiration. By the time she finished, the entire was fire. Her eyes focused on the judges. And the result came out. That didn't work.
Bible story is not good sometimes. This Bible
And
story
for the whole week, I was sitting and talking about that thing for 1 week. And I realized that I have seen so many young people. They have become wakapas in life. What is wakapas? Wakapas in a movie scenario language is they are just like that is a movie.
Angel of Shrine.
They just come around and say, man, sit down and they make that as you go. And now they don't do like this. After that scene, you never see them take a movie. It's wakapas. And it is possible to spend 20 years and all your things in wakapas will be in real life. And some people stay busy for wakapas. And I came in this conference, believe me, I said to myself that I don't want the people that will listen to me or listen to us in this conference. I don't want this conference to become wakapas. So I prepared my mind to invest in not become wakapas, to become an individual that is branded externally and internally. Any branding that is inspired by an internal branding is long term. Its impact created. You cannot enter into a place and you are unknown. You walk into a place and you want people to know you are there. They don't know you. You are trying to let them know that look at me here. They don't know you. How can you develop a personality that you walk into a place and people say, who is this person? You don't need to say them anywhere. Take a microphone, open your mouth, and just even when you ask a question, you can ask a question and an audience will at you and say, who is this person? Sir, remember what we met first? And remember Mr. Shashababi for the first time at the Nigerian Wisdom. As a core member, I was a core member when I went to attend the Nigerian Economic Summit, and the prize was 150,000 naira, and I didn't have that money to attend. But the way they want that doing things and keep you on time, what did I do? I simply researched on the planners of the conference, the organizers of the conference, the founder who participated in that conference, and I came there and I met one man, and I said to him, sir, my name is Michael Foreign President, Gotni of the International Company. I would like to request assistance at this conference. He said that I already have to assistance. I said, particularly for this conference. This is exactly like you to the table. Man has our last. And people said, okay, let's go now. The people look at that, they wait my feet for my right. Then they gave me his bag to carry. As I carried the bag, what is this the conference for? He people look at that, he collected the bag to me. He said, I don't want you to come back home. And throughout my stay in that conference, I have already been taken to the cards. I don't know how to do that with the cards on the here. So who's that? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the top task. Ladies and gentlemen, declare the group that came first in this constitution is Great Minds. Ladies and gentlemen, 2016 Emerging Leaders Conference, teamwork winner is, the winner is, the winner is, I am talking about the winner is the champion. They inspired me, they blew my mind away, and so what I decided to do is that I decided to adopt the executive role as my own personal will. The reason why for each group. To present this award to a group that has some of the most important characteristics of leadership, integrity. And this is for the integrity group. I dedicate this award to integrity group. This award is for the presenter, a very well articulated, focused, visionary leader for the top. Congratulations. The presenter for the 12 places that inspired us and reminded us that we can be the best place to be if we want to be. That gave us that faith and confidence, that trust, that belief that we have the ability. The man himself, the presenter, congratulations. And the truth that my man has gone to find all the competitions. The great man. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take note of what I'm going to say. It's not how many times you've fallen that matters. It's how many times you've been able to get up. And for me, the most important thing in this competition is the strength and confidence and the trust you have in your group and yourself. And therefore, I believe when we go next, you will be the winner. Congratulations. The ideas about those of us was different from other generations. This is a series of the competition. And those of us who are literally getting now, don't mean that we are less. So we celebrate all of those who have won. And so now I declare that the leadership generation round begins. Everybody, is closing. 5 minutes of this everyone seated there, you have earned a certificate for this you have been learning for 2 days, and 2 days are equal to 16 hours of learning, and that deserves a certificate for each person that is designated. So sit where you are, because at the end of the day, you will get your certification. Put your hands together. Now, let us do the time for some friends. And I would like for this council
Despite this Gotni conference, they are saying you should wait and develop Nigeria. You are looking at
sorry, am I not developing Nigeria?
express entry to Canada. See me. Why did I see express entry to?
Come on, people. My laptop is a touch screen.
God is good. How many of them are coming this time? Brother, how many of them have come in this time? 2 of them. Then you are from me, right?
What's it about what he just said? He just spoke his mind.
It's not about you.
True, my privacy, dude. Back up. You're intruding my privacy and you're disturbing me. I am working. I'm working. I'm retweeting. I am working. Yeah, you're not supposed to stay here. Move.
Oh Lord.
Move.
Never before have I been like that.
You are too good.
When I'm done, my friends. Hey, you guys, I'm glad together. Let's go. Okay, guys, yes. All right. For months, this was here. We worked hard to make sure this was happening. They were the best person that all God, 12 years, and I was there to answer. I fought with this guy to do this business. But to the children of Christ, we give back the results. And we celebrate this. These are the God's members that we have to happen. And for every possible is support. The eyes welcome my holy wife. She is always there in the picture, which of everyone works.
Good evening, everybody. I want to use this opportunity to thank everybody. And when I say everybody, both people that are here present right now, and people that are not here present, our sponsors, our partners, our team members. I can't help but acknowledge our team members. I'd like to acknowledge Amelia. Thank you so much. But I cannot end this without acknowledging every single person that is seated here today. That you made the decision here today. It shows that there is hope for Nigeria. Because we must take our eyes away from playing the government. Enough of the blame. Each and every one of us, we have a responsibility, we have a role to play in ensuring that this country is success. So the fact that we are here today, there really is hope for Nigeria. So as we leave here, I want to charge us. Having an abundant mind that you are your own limitation. You are your own limitation. So we have learned so much. And I hope that as we go out with everything that we have learned and begin to put it into practice. One last time, I would like to say thank you. Thank you.
And before I want all of us to stand up from NYSC, thank the DG of NYSC for this opportunity. I'm telling you. Listen. The original idea was to have 3 estates from all over the country. 3 estates. Imagine they have 3 estates. Some will not be here, right? But you didn't just cross this conversation. Somebody sponsor me. And I like to recognize people who you would have said it's not important. There are things great for that, you would have said money. You cannot say anywhere. I don't care. But you decided to allow me. Congratulations. We celebrate General. Let's celebrate. To celebrate 2 distinguished persons, the managing director of Heritage Bank, and finally, Ford Foundation, to have some African friends, but we are forgotten to Mr. Stevie Olatunji for the great job. We look forward to your letters, emails. We look forward to working with you, and most especially, we look forward to the Emerging Leaders Conference 2017. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. After the national anthem, all the conference attendees will have a picture with us us here, and also specifically all the girls of SYS one is called consistency. For KC, this is what we have to handle for KC. And all those who want to come to our one island, you stay by the side here. Those who want to fight the flame land, stay the same. Alright? Good.
It's going to lead us Thank you. Please, when we appeal, can we get seated so that we can get our seats for the national anthem. 1, 2, 3. Rise, O compassion.
Money to stamp up whatever benefits that you have. So all the members, I'm sure you